because we do have food and such, and we just want to make sure all of our food is being the food. So if you didn't get a t-shirt or you didn't get a t-shirt size that you wanted, I'm asking you to come to closing remarks.
This is fun.
That was my fault. I don't need to do that. You can get my voice. Come to closing remarks. And after closing remarks, we have all our extra features, and we can use some coffee and such. You really want to do that. Let's see. We encourage everyone to give feedback to the sessions, and there is a feedback link on the website. And what that does is really help our presenters, come home and work on their presentation, but it also submit you for a door prize that we will give out. Submit you for an entry for a door prize, and then we will give out at closing remarks. And our door prizes are pretty cool on the site. We pull out the swag archives. So every year I pull a few of all the old goodies. We have some pretty nice goodies this year, I must say. I think I was motivated to do that. So yeah, let's see. Be sure to thank our sponsors, because of their contributions, their help, we're able to put on this event. Thank you, like making costs low. So they're all here in the area, I'm sure you've already seen them, so be sure to stop by and say hello to them, check out their services. We have a Google photo album if you want to share any photos from the event, we appreciate it. And the album is public, so you're everything around you. If you don't want those photos on, that's cool. But it's really fun to see everyone share photos from around the venue and around the town as they're enjoying New Orleans. Be sure to stop by the red table every now and then because we'll be putting out kind of random swag. We have lots of pins and magnets and stickers and at the end you walk through instructions today. So we'll put those out throughout the day. So come by and check it out, if anything you want to grab. And let's see, I think that's good. So with that bring up, I do want to introduce Living School. So we started living back in, I think it was 2018 or 2019. We decided that instead of we always created a t-shirt, but we stopped just giving out material swag, and we decided to take those funds and donate them to a local nonprofit organization. So unfortunately, we donated $3,000 to Freedom, and they came and talked to us about their organization, what they do. So for this year, we started a Living School, and we are consulting Living School during that level.
First, I give a shout out to the late $6,500 to the next school and offense. Thank you. Thank you. I'm the CEO of the school. We have a public mixed crowd. We want to be here. I want to tell you, first one knows who's in the room. So, if you do me a favor, send that little clip. You are talking about you are. You are on race here. All right. I mean, Sam, you are from New Orleans. You are coordinated. You live there now. Okay, one more. All right. Sam, you're from the South. How about making it go northeast? Doing what there. All right. How about the Midlands? How about the Mountain West? You could be one there. All right. How about international? Everybody next to us, all right. And there's one more to the question to you. Sarah, if you are educated for what's K-12 education. Okay, thank you. And how about private schools? Okay, how about public schools is more alternative on the. Anybody want to do a charter school or public school? Okay. Well, I'm going to share very briefly about who we are, and if you want to move to the, yeah, I can move
You
the
want
slide
to,
there.
there's the clicker there.
Great. I'm going through this quickly because I asked them to include. There we go. But I wanted to include all, in case you want to do a deep dive, some of the slides that is passed over and share our understanding of the history of education on these lands. But I actually want to start by acknowledging that we are on indigenous land right now. One of the many indigenous things in this land is Obancha. I'm invited to say that back to you, Obancha. Obancha is one of the many indigenous names for this land in the I talked about Nisha language or Billion language, and it means land in many times. While Iran was in here for this over 300 years in Colorado City, humans have been inhabiting these lands for tens of thousands of years. Time immemorial, and of course, our more than human ancestors inhabited these lands well beyond that. And I want to bring up the name Oahu because it speaks to some of the history of these lands. Oahu being land in many times, meaning that indigenous people use this land as a vital trading place. There are actually over a dozen different nations of indigenous peoples who lived here historically for tens of thousands of years and used it as a historical trading site. It was a foolish place for permanent settlement, so rather than have permanent settlement here, European colonists didn't do that wisdom. And we have to have billions of dollars in levies to keep this place dry every year. But it's important for us to know the indigenous history of this land. We as an organization believe in working for land back for the rightful owners. So I invite you to check out the slides before this to learn about the full history of education on these lands. And if you don't know the indigenous history of the lands that you're or have it in this day, I invite you to visit the website native-land.ca to learn more about it. But without really briefly about who we are as a school, our story is that the community is not how we do it. So in 2012, I was a sixth grade learning teacher at what was at the time the top performing open enrollment school in the Orleans. And this was just over 5 years after Hurricane Katrina had really upended a lot of things in the city, including the education system. And the school that I was teaching at was at the time, like I said, the top performing open enrollment schools.
Yeah, so I mean,
Audio test for YouTube. Keep talking. Okay, so that works. So,
Yeah, I made an offer to.
audio
There's a watch found right outside of our registration desk. We think it's someone from our group. If you look down, and notice you don't have your own watch on your wrist. Come see me at the registration desk and I've got it for you.
or
Let's go try to do this one.
I believe in you. We're fine. We'll catch up throughout the day. We're all in here this morning. I'm on my phone.
I like the honesty.
I do, because there are really good uses for this technology and there are some uses that are bad.
And it's
I
getting.
think we're gonna follow.
You ready to start?
nice.
I'm the host.
So for all the presenters, if you wish to be seen by the folks who are going to watch you, there's a nice little webcam right here. If you jump off stage, they'll see you. The recording will not see you. I prefer you guys use this microphone. You can use whichever one you want. Yeah.
And if you,
And
anybody
if
wants.
that green light's not going right there, the mic's not going out the room, it's also not going out the user. So. Take the mic.
If you want the hand mic, just tell me. I'll hand it off. We good? We're good to go. All right. Can everybody hear me? Oh, good. I've been told we're good to go. So good morning again and welcome back to WP Campus 2023. My name is Paul Gilzo. My pronouns are he and him, and I'm your room host for today. Thank you very much. Before we get started, though, a couple of quick, oh, sorry. Oh, I should couldn't get on camera. I was trying to let them see me. That's all right. There we go. All right. Before we get started, a couple quick reminders. Please be ever mindful of our code of conduct. We'll have moderators in the chat who'll post information and monitor those discussions. In between each lightning talk, please make sure to fill out that feedback that gives information back to the speakers to let them know how they can improve and what they did well, as well as enters you into a door prize for some of those giveaways Rachel was talking about. And again, please make sure to thank our vendors and our sponsors. This conference would not be capable. You would not be able to do this without them. So please make sure you visit them. So then to begin us, or just to kick us off for our lightning talks, I've got Nathan Wallace talking to us about Block GPT and content governance. Everybody get a big round of applause.
Hello, I'm Nathan Wallace.
All right. Today I'll be talking about Block GPT and how we leverage ChatGPT to create a WordPress plugin to generate content. It's not okay. I click it right. Why is it not changing? Up, down. I'm pressing the arrows. It's not.
You can better than me.
How about
Technical difficulties. Just 1 second.
something?
So I have to deal with this before I can advance my slides. And it's closed. Gonna vamp, I'll bring it back. I don't know. I'm just gonna try to open it in the browser, I think. Is this you?
Yep.
It's the right one?
It is. It's off center for some
Yeah.
reason. Okay, there it goes. All right, we're cooking now.
Okay, up and down.
All right. All right. I am Nathan Wallace, and I'm the VP of Digital at Yes End Agency. And I have a background. Let's see my speaking notes here. I've been building with WordPress for over a decade and working with higher ed as a software developer and digital lead. And the last time I attended this conference was in 2019 in Portland, where I spoke about design systems and pattern labs to implement custom Gutenberg blocks. And 4 years later, I'm still talking about Gutenberg blocks. But let's get started with a quick overview of the Block GPT plugin that we created using WordPress and ChatGPT. All right, let's start with the Open API Playground. This is an online tool provided by Open API that provides the ChatGPT API, and it provides an interactive environment that enables developers to quickly prototype and fine-tune the chat-based AI models. And since it is web-based, it eliminates the need for complex setups or extensive coding knowledge. All you need is a browser and an idea. And the playground allows you to experiment with different inputs, tweak parameters, and observe different models in real time. This is a diagram of how it works. We've installed a plugin called Block GPT, which uses the API to send messages to OpenAI and get a response back. And we're using this to generate content within Gutenberg. So to break this down further, the Block GPT plugin gathers some essential details from the WordPress database. And in addition to that, it takes the user's inputted prompt. Then it's going to prepare the API call by defining conversational roles, initiating the preset messages, and then finally returning the chat completion. Lastly, the Block GPT plugin processes and formats the response so it can be embedded into the editor in a formatted state. So when you're creating with the ChatGPT API, there's a concept of a system instruction. And this is an example of the system instruction being used by Block GPT. It tells the assistant what their role is. It tells them how to respond. And you can even add these variables here where we're asking it to please take the tone and voice that we've saved in the database and the target audience that we've saved in the database, and provide the generated content based on that context. It also dictates the format that it should be returned in. And we're using Markdown so that we can do underlines, links, italics, things like that, just all in one response. So the secret sauce to making ChatGPT specific to your brand are prompts, messages, and system instructions. Really, it's crafting effective instructions so that your model can have clear and explicit instructions to help define the desired output. In addition to that, we have the concept of messages. Messages are back and forth between the user and the assistant. If you've used ChatGPT, you're familiar with inputting a chat and then you get a response back. And what this does is it creates a context that ChatGPT can refer to. And as you enter in more and more messages, the system has more context to provide you with responses. So this is an example from the OpenAI documents. And for instance, if you ask, what is 1 + 1? And pre-program the assistant to respond with 3 instead of 2, when you ask it what 1 + 1 is, it's going to answer 3. So that's one example of pre-programming your chat bot for specific purposes. All right. Perfect. Speed of advancement, kind of like the slides, because we're going pretty quick on this lightning talk. Since I developed this 4 months ago, there's been drastic changes with ChatGPT. This was built with ChatGPT 3.5, but with 4, it has a deeper understanding and accuracy. It allows you to send bigger payloads, so it has more context. And they've addressed certain biases and ensure fair responses in ChatGPT 4. And the biggest thing that's exciting is you can now build plugins for ChatGPT. So that would allow you to do third-party data, for instance, crawling your entire website to create contextually aware chatbot. And before we get into the demo, I just want to preface it with, as we begin our implementation of ChatGPT, it is important to state that the technology should not replace critical thinking that goes into good content. We've developed, at Yes And, we've developed a concept of human checkpoint as a service. As AI becomes more embedded in what we do, we more and more need to be the human in the process. And the same rules that applied before ChatGPT still apply to writing. So you want to write often, you want to find your voice, you want to give examples, you want to know your keywords, stay current, and speak directly to your audience. These rules are the same rules that you can apply with ChatGPT. And depending on my time, I will open this link. Oh, sorry. Let's see if I can do that and give you a quick demo. It's going to work. Okay. I can type this into, I'm going to have to. All right, give me a moment while I type in the URL. Oh, spelling mistake. Oh, do we have a problem here? URL. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Pantheon folks. All right, let's get going. All right, so our plugin provides nice little messages that tell you that you need to configure your plugin, and it also lets you connect with Yes And. Let's start with the Block GPT settings. As I mentioned, we have the ability to configure the API. So we enter in an API key for ChatGPT. We also can select the model being used. We're using a model that supports large responses and large context. So we also are using a pretty large amount of tokens, which is the way they calculate the size of your request. On the settings page, we can identify the name of the organization. In this case, we're using Georgetown University. We're also inputting the target audience and tone and voice information. Let's see how it works in Gutenberg. So once you've set up your settings, you can navigate to Gutenberg and you'll see that we have a new toolbar option. And we've done this by using the WordPress components. We've built this into the native block so that it can be used on any site that supports the paragraph block. So we're going to paste in a prompt here. And this prompt says, write an article about the university's lacrosse team in the 1990s. Name names. Let's see what it does. So give it a moment. All right. And now we have a response. You can see that it bolds text. It's included specific folks' names. And it has a lot of information about Georgetown. So that's one example of how you can give it a prompt and it'll provide you with text. Another cool thing is ChatGPT is very flexible. So if we say translate to Spanish, copy everything, run that again, it will append the Spanish version of this text below the text that we've just created. So we built this in a flexible way so that you can ask it to do many things for you. And the way we want to extend this is to add more and more. Let's see, where's the Spanish? What happened here? Oh, there it is. Sorry, it appends it. So it did append it down here, but here's where it starts to be Spanish. I'm not sure why that was a little odd, but you can see that it does translate to Spanish there. It can do any language, so it's pretty flexible. And the settings that we've provided with ChatGPT or for ChatGPT can be customized for your needs. So we've used tone and voice, the name of the organization and the target audience, but you could also include key messages or brand pillars in your settings so that it can refer back to the most important information that you want it to be recalling. So in the interest of time, that actually concludes my presentation. So I just want to say thank you. And please come visit us at the Yes and booth, and I'm happy to show you more of the demonstration.
Thank you very much, Nathan, for that enlightening talk. Next up, we have Bonnie Russell with building a large-scale decentralized academic social network with WordPress and Activity Cloud. Let's give her a big round of welcome.
Fantastic. Oh, this is off center.
Hit forward and back.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. I'm going to run a stopwatch so that I know how long I have. Hi, I'm Bonnie Russell. I am the project manager for Humanities Commons. I'm based in Michigan State University through MESH Research, which is our unit that does experimental scholarly communication and digital projects. I come to Michigan State University after almost 10 years at Wayne State University, where I was the technical project manager for Wayne State University Press. I've also had some time in the auto industry. So I've both been in the private sector and I've been in the university higher ed environment. Is anybody familiar with Humanities Commons? Does anybody have an account? Okay, a couple of you. So I won't go into a ton of things here, but I wanted to give some reference points. Humanities Commons was actually started in 2016 by the Modern Language Association. They had created the MLA Commons in 2012 and realized that there was a space for collaboration, networking, and really serving as an alternative to the corporate-owned sites like academia.edu and ResearchGate. The Humanities Commons launched in 2016 with the core repository, which is a Fedora-based repository that allows scholars, researchers, lay people to actually deposit their work. Users can create profiles and websites and deposit information for free. We currently have over 52,000 members, which I'll get to in a minute, why that is now an issue. We have 7 nodes. So each commons is a network in a multi-network site. So Humanities Commons serves as the hub. We have MLA Commons, MSU Commons, and a number of other commonses. We have a global membership, and 20% of our user base is actually outside of North America and Europe. And there's a reason for that. The Commons was really created to be a welcoming environment that provides tools for people, regardless of their institutional affiliation, regardless of their funding, and open to everyone. We have a large number of users from Africa, from India, and from China. We've got growing membership from areas in the Pacific, and we're continuing to kind of reach out to those areas. While we're focused on the humanities, what's been exciting is a number of people have come to us and asked us if they could use our tools. The first one was the Bovine Research Network, which is a group of people that study cows. And we said, of course you can use our tools. You're scholars, you're doing this work. And so the Bovine Research Network then networked, and we now have the Turkey Vulture Network and a number of other networks in STEM that have joined us. And now what's really exciting is we received a grant last year from the NSF to build STEM Ed Plus Commons. That's a collaboration with our Michigan State University science educators, and that is going to bring the full disciplinary support for STEM and for humanities. We already have a number of artists, writers, performers who are now depositing their work and creating communities, including a large number of musicologists. We have people who are studying composers of color, and there's the Composers of Color Resource Project, which has been incredibly influential in getting annotated scores, recordings, bibliographical information to students looking to go outside that sort of classical canon. Our repository contains deposits in 33 languages. We currently have support for 123 languages. And so we're really excited about what's to come. So the platform is in transition. I spoke to before the fact that it's a multi-site, multi-network commons. What that means is that we've got a lot of moving pieces and one small group operating it. We have 6 full-time people, myself included, although I just became full-time July 1st. We also have a half-time identity management person and a half-time infrastructure developer. We created the site using Commons in a Box, which was developed by CUNY using BuddyPress plugins, and the platform's under strain. We've got tens of thousands of members. We've got increasing growth. We've got a small team, and we've got a out-of-date, hard to manage software stack. The complexity of the identity management means that we've got a lot of help and support issues. We've got one person dedicated to that who is also user engagement. And so that is really a signal that we need to move in a new direction. Users want to be able to syndicate, right? You post something and you want to be able to talk about that where you are. You want to be able to put that on your blog or maybe post it to Mastodon and start a conversation. Institutions and organizations like the MLA, like AU Presses, like MSU want to be able to really own and maintain their own instances, not only for cybersecurity, but also simply to make decisions that make sense for those organizations. And the core repository is moving to Invenio RDM in February 2024. What that allows us to do is support the number of open access journals that are now joining the Commons. We're currently working on also implementing a peer review system as well. So our current site architecture runs on a single WordPress instance and a single database. The great thing is updates only need to be done in one place and the testing is done in one place. The user permissions are set in one place. The bad thing is the small team, the small core team of 6 people are responsible for all of this. It's hard to scale as membership increases. We've had some problems with latency that we've had to address. So this is a structure that we've outgrown. We've chosen to move to ActivityPub. And does anybody here use Mastodon, or are you familiar with ActivityPub? Okay, so the ActivityPub standards is a social networking standard, but what it allows is for a client server API to move messages, content, update and delete that content from your server to other servers. So people can follow you, people can federate, people can kind of move around the network, but have those instances be separate. ActivityPub is used for Mastodon, PixelFed, PeerTube, which is a YouTube replacement, Nextcloud, which is file hosting, and my favorites currently, I'm on Kbin, are Lemmy and Kbin. These are Reddit alternatives, and we've all seen what's happened with Twitter. We've all seen what's happened with Reddit in terms of being corporate and all of a sudden pulling the rug under users and saying, we need to make money, and so we're changing the rules. The wonderful thing about the Commons is that it's Academy owned, it's nonprofit, and we continue to kind of build that out, understanding that the customer should be in control of their own data. The planned site architecture is that we'll split into instances. The users on their instances, so Humanities Commons members will be able to interact the same way they always do. MLA users, same thing. They'll be able to interact as normal. What those instances will now have control of is who they federate with and how. So if an instance in Uganda wants to have a specific set of people that they want to federate with and perhaps different languages, they can do that. Folks in China or India can do the same. We're looking at translation tools eventually on the roadmap to be able to facilitate that communication between instances. But ideally, what happens is that people control their own data and their own space. So why ActivityPub? The great thing about this is that a university or an organization could create their own commons, choose to federate with us, and choose to kind of make customizations that make sense for their particular user group. No member organization would shoulder the cost and the burden of that upkeep, of the updates, of the cost of storage, et cetera. A federated open commons is really fundamental to encouraging collaboration, not only across disciplines, but across countries. There are numbers of people that are in institutions that don't have funding to be able to provide these kinds of tools, but might be able to create one and federate with people who do. Smaller instances would require less cost. So a community college could run a commons pretty cheaply. Larger instances like Humanities Commons would then, kind of maintain their own infrastructure. All instances could connect to our Invenio RDM repository to share scholarship, to deposit draft work for review, and then for publishing. The Commons team is currently working on decoupling from the Buddy Boss theme that we're using, and also from Commons in a Box. Commons API is currently being written so that people can connect to our content regardless of whether they use ActivityPub. The Invenio RDM repository should launch in February 2024, and we'll be phasing in the federated commons within the next 2 years. If you want to keep an eye on this project, we have a blog. Our team lead, Mike Thick, is a tremendous writer, and he is writing about this process, and we're trying to be as open and transparent as possible at building.hcommons.org. And if you have questions, I'm here. I love to talk about this. If you're on Mastodon, please follow me. If you're not, we have an instance, HCommons Social. I invite you to join our instance. If you want to find out about our values and the ways in which we're thinking about this, sustaining.hcommons.org is a great place to look, and give me feedback if you feel like it. Thank you.
All right. Give Bonnie a great big round of applause, and thanks for that well-rounded presentation. Next up, we have Kathy Zant talking about passwords are broken, but passkeys are coming to save us. Give her a big round of welcome.
All right, somebody here knows me. Welcome, everyone. Let's see, I got to get to my slides, which are not look forward and back.
I go down and up. Then go back. Still.
No. How about that? No.
Try. No.
There's dogs and cats in this presentation.
Ryan, got any ideas? We tried the forward back. We exit and come back. And then what was it? Present again? Present?
There we go.
Hey.
Round of applause for AV. Awesome. All right. So lots of you here working with WordPress, lots of you here probably managing networks. Anybody deal with hacked WordPress sites ever? Show of hands. Users with lousy passwords. Anyone giving you a nightmare? It's not just you. Passwords are kind of broken, but there's a new technology coming that's going to save us, that's going to make things a lot easier, make things a lot better. And I'd like to talk to you about that. And of course, we're going to talk about dogs and cats because I have them. This is Milo. And Milo is a mini dachshund. And here's the dachshund joke. Your password should be long and unique, just like a dachshund. Now, next time you set up a password, you're going to think about Milo. But lots of people think about their passwords this way. They think about their passwords about something that's unique to them, something that no hacker would ever know. My dog 123, or the street that you grew up on, or the first concert you ever saw, something like that that's very unique to you, that feels very private to you, but it's not necessarily so. All of these things are in dictionaries. They end up on a site that has a breach, and then in a breach database password collection. These passwords get phished. We have all kinds of problems with passwords, no matter how we choose them. My cat, Sven, he has 7 toes. And no matter what you do with Sven's name by putting 123 at the end of it or whatever, he's still a bad password. Here, Sven would like to talk to you about some of the bad passwords we've seen. This information is from NordPass in 2021. They gave a list of the most common passwords, and here are a few of them. And I'm guessing that some of your users, whether they're on your network or on your WordPress sites, are using ridiculous passwords like these, which puts your entire WordPress site at risk. And you probably have a mom or a grandma who's using a password like this as well. Another dog. This is Bodhi. Bodhisattva Shasta Sage is his given golden retriever fancy name, and it's still a bad password. These passwords, no matter where you're using them, end up on sites that get breached. Hackers go in, see these passwords, decrypt them, put them into password databases. You can go on GitHub and go search for a password dictionary, and you can get one of these text files with passwords that have been found in breaches. RockU 2021 was one of the most notorious password compilations, just because it had so many passwords in it. Over 8.4 billion entries of passwords that people have used on sites across the internet. And you know someone's reusing the same password on every site. Anyone here remember when we used to be able to do that? Yeah. If you go to Have I Been Pwned, just take up the O and put in a P. Hackers are kind of weird that way. You can put in your email address. And if you've been on the internet for any length of time, your data is in there, and your passwords are probably in there too. You can also put in a password. If you have that favorite password named after one of your pets, you can see if they've been in one of these breaches as well. A great resource. I highly recommend signing up for Have I Been Pwned to get alerted if you or your data is ever in a breach. So, I mean, obviously, all of this evidence is showing us that passwords aren't what they used to be. Users tend towards choosing easy to remember passwords. Users, for the most case, aren't using things like password managers, and they reuse them on multiple sites. And according to Verizon, 81% of breaches are leveraging these stolen or weak passwords. So let's put them all in a password manager. Well, last August, we found out that LastPass had a breach, and we found out right before Christmas, actually a couple of days before Christmas. Interesting how they dumped that data right then, that customer vaults were actually exposed. We've also seen password managers that have had problems, like Norton LifeLock, Dashlane, Bitwarden, and Safari's browser extensions have had vulnerabilities. So even putting things in a password manager can still cause problems. Two-factor authentication, it's a perfect Band-Aid on the solution, right? We'll just have another factor. Unfortunately, according to Verizon, only 28% of users actually use 2FA, and I get it. Who here really loves using 2FA? I don't see. Oh, there's one guy who loves 2FA. It slows you down, right? But on that continuum of security versus usability, if we have passwords that could end up in a breach and all of them, there's a non-zero chance that passwords are going to end up in a breach and exposed. You have to move towards the continuum away from usability and towards security. Also, SMS. There have been plenty of cases of SMS 2FA having been exposed in SIM swapping attacks. So even that has vulnerabilities. Authenticator apps, let's go that route. MISC Inc. is a app developer, but they also do security research. And they did some research earlier this year where they started looking at authenticator apps within app stores. And they found that some of these aren't that great. The joke here is with the real authenticator app, please stand up. Which one do you choose? One of these rogue apps that was phoning home data, the secret seeds that make these 2FA apps work, was phoning that home to the app developer. Another was charging $40 a month. And one of these had 500,000 users. So authenticator apps still do not provide security for our users. So in terms of authentication, here are the basics. Authentication is something you know, something you have, like a card key to get into a physical building, or something that you are, like biometrics. So with that basic understanding of what authentication is, let's now talk about the solution, which is what you're here to learn about, right? Everybody knows passwords are a problem, but I have to show my dog pictures. So WebAuthn is a standard that has been developed by the W3C, the friends that give us HTML and other fun standards, and FIDO, which is Fast Identification Online Organization. So these are open source, non-corporate types of solutions. These basically, it's working with the same technology we've known for a long time, and it allows servers to register and authenticate users using public key cryptography instead of passwords. And passkeys, implementation of this that are now being supported on Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari. All modern browsers are now doing this. We are at the cutting edge. Passkeys are just now starting to roll out. If you have a Google account, you can set up passkeys for your Google account today. They just rolled that out a couple of months ago. This technology is not something that's brand new. This is based on public key cryptography. If you have logged into a server using SSH and you use a key to do that, it's the same type of public key cryptography. If you have sent a message using PGP via email and you have that public key that someone has given you and they have their private key that allows them to decrypt the message that you send them, passkeys is working on the same type of technology. If you like Bitcoin, same type of thing. All of this public key cryptography has been around for a really long time, but now the technology is getting to a place where we can now give this to users who maybe aren't going to log into a server using SSH and their private keys. This is how it works. So you have your device and you basically go to a website that has public key or that offers passkeys, and you say, I want to register an account. The server then says, sure, send me your public key. And then your device creates a private key and a public key and sends the public key to the server. The server now registers you. So the next time you come and you want to log in, you use that encryption. So they have the public key on the public server, on any server whatsoever. You keep your private key in a keychain on your device. So if that server, let's say you're using passkeys on, fancyshoes.com, and that the proprietor of fancyshoes.com is not security conscious, that you still have your private key is still protected on your device. The public key is on that device or on that server. So if they get the public key, who cares? Your login is still safe because you have the private key on your device. I learned about all of this from my friend Timothy Jacobs at iTheme Security. He's the one that brought passkeys into iTheme Security Pro. So I learned all about it from him. So I'm going to give him mad props. And then I'm going to give you a couple of recommendations in the 30 seconds I have left. If you see passkeys, start using them. This is going to be the new way of authentication. Our kids are going to laugh at us someday and say, you used what to authenticate? Well, if they're into security, they're going to say that because passkeys are the wave of the future. This is how people are going to be authenticating. So these are things that you can start adding into your WordPress site. You can add into the apps that you're developing. Of course, use complex, unique passwords. Until then, a reputable 2FA app, reputable password managers, and build, use a blind password strategy. If you're scared of password managers, just, add that 4-digit code that you only keep in your head at the end of all of your passwords. There's some developer recommendations of things that you can go research. There's tons of code examples. And that's me. And that's the presentation.
All right, let's give Kathy a big round of applause for that shocking presentation. All right, next up, we have James Nicknick talking to us about transitioning our campus portal from Drupal to WordPress. Give him a big round of applause.
Great. I'll go quick. Hi, my name is Jim Nicknick. I'm a web developer at Lafayette College in Easton, Pennsylvania. And my presentation is about how we transitioned our campus portal from Drupal to WordPress. Lafayette Campus Portal is a web application built on Drupal that caters to all people in the college. It provides a lot of links and resources that is used by faculty, staff, alum, and students. Currently in the Drupal 7 layout, it's a lot of blocks that can be customized, moved around. It provides custom links, calendars, news APIs, IAM information. As I said, it's catered to students, faculty, staff, and alumni. There's a slightly customizable. People can also add their own custom links so they have access to their resources, but pretty much everything that's important, we push people here to anytime they people reach out, we say check the portal, it's there. Right now it's on Drupal 7 running on the theme Homebox, which handles a lot of the blocks, hosted on AWS, and there's over 40 modules that handle a whole lot of things, from CAS authentication, caching, Git, link validation, calendars, RSS, you name it. Due to its age, of course, it became time to move on, and because we use WordPress everywhere else in our in all of our web presences, we decided it's time to move to WordPress. So that came with some project requirements. One of them, obviously, use WordPress as a platform. Use Gutenberg blocks, which for all the block administration, which was huge because we have not yet incorporated Gutenberg at all into any of our sites. So that in of itself was going to be the big learning curve. Develop the plugin as a separate portal that can be run in our current themes. Incorporate all the Drupal functionality that's done through modules, both custom and external modules. And of course, as always, ensure that the content is accessible, which is, again, something that we take very seriously at the college. And we're, more and more trying to ensure that everything could be, accessed by literally everybody. We have some plugin requirements, Advanced Custom Fields Pro. We use it everywhere on our sites. It's, for custom fields and templates and site settings, and for module layouts. Block visibility plugin, which allows us to display the various blocks that are showcased by user role. User role editor pro, that allows us to create the specific blocks for the audiences. WPCastify for handling CAS authentication, Redis, WP Redis for working with our AWS object cache, and WP Mail SMTP to bypass the PHP mail functionality. As far as development goes, the front end was mostly comprised of a custom template that was put out by the plugin. The custom template had to handle the user menu so users can add and manage blocks, and as well as it had to house the Gutenberg blocks. There were two very specific ones we needed. One was a customized, tailored version of the columns. something that would only be available to the template, something that would house certain attributes we needed to work with the drag and drop functionality. And then the actual blocks themselves had to also be a dynamic block that allowed for us to make, to tailor them to which type of block it is, be it a link, a calendar, a news feed, a custom block, or what have you. The Dragula JS library I found it was outstanding. It made the drag and drop seamless. It really just worked right out of the box. We use jQuery, because it's built in for a lot of the UI functionalities, such as opening and closing boxes, toggling content, Ajax calls, and of course for accessibility, so that all the keyword accessibility was there. So we were able to, just marry that up and make it work that way. Less for CSS, and of course we inherited all the styles from the other themes that we're currently using, so to maintain branding. The admin side of it is mostly made up of custom post types with ACF, fields for customization, and a lot of field mapping. ACF field mapping is used to have the different custom post types communicate with one another, to query the different categories, and to also work with our APIs and bring in various settings that we need from other sites. Again, the custom post types are really just the main portal blocks. Each one is a type. Every link, individual link, is also a block of itself, post of its own, because we had certain settings we needed to utilize, and as well as tap into the categories and the taxonomies. And the calendars themselves are all customizable. You can go in and build a whole new calendar, pulling in different categories from our calendar API, and then it would become a block. And the menu, I'll skip over this. This is just, the back end menu, which, just what people can interface with. And then as far as replicating Drupal functionality goes, some of it was refactored. Some of the modules were refactored from the ones we did. Some of them just had to be, redeveloped. Some of them were, class dependent on classes and libraries that had been out of date. So they really had to be retooled in order to work. But for the most part, it was, pretty seamless build. But it came down to, rebuilding calendars, all the RSS news feeds, the course interface, which our LMS system is Moodle. So it pulls in all course information on a user basis. The dynamic links, that there are certain attributes that have to be built on the fly. So we were able to do that. There's a broken link checker that runs on a cron and sends a report to us weekly, and files a ticket in our ticketing system, and campus safety alerts. So it's constantly running with our OmniAlert system to ensure that anything that's being communicated to the campus is coming into the portal. Then of course Gutenberg, who's my hero growing up. So as I mentioned, we had not scratched the surface of Gutenberg yet. So we certainly looked around and see, to see what are our options. Do we build all our blocks from scratch? Do we utilize a plugin? What's the best way to handle this? Because whatever we do here, we're probably going to have to use moving forward. So in this instance, our application was relatively simple. We needed, like I said, we needed a static, columns. We needed a dynamic block. There had to be some, like I said, some content restrictions in terms of where it could display, how it could display, make sure that, the inner blocks were locked to specific types, so that when the page renders it, because it has to query all the various blocks, so it could work with the user's customization, we had to make sure that there was a lot, there wasn't a lot of clutter. So while researching what the best approach was, we came across ACF blocks. Now ACF has a register block method, or block type method, they're a function that makes building blocks super easy. You don't have to, you don't have all the dependencies. You really just register it, throw some settings in, some restrictions, and done. It generates dynamic block IDs. Everything we needed right out of the box was right there. It seemed like an obvious approach. We use it everywhere. We weren't adding a new dependency. It would just work. We integrated in, everything worked, and we lived happily ever after. Sort of. That's never how the story ends, is it? So as of ACF 6.0, I went in one day to look at, I was just looking for a reference to something. I saw this message here that said, we recommend using the regular standard block JSON method of developing blocks. which I think deep down knew all along, the only way to do it would be to register ourselves. Looked into some other options. Oh, that was too quick. My question was, the thing was to say was, one of the main things it took away was the ability to output unique IDs. And of course, it's like, well, okay, is that a terrible thing? What really, depends on unique IDs? Literally everything in the entire thing. So as soon as we upgraded, it stopped working in terms of saving user data because now the block IDs that we needed were no longer associated with it. So obviously scrap that. We looked at some other options. One of them being just saying, okay, can we just make block patterns and work that way? But of course, we still needed dynamic blocks. We still needed the ability to have full control of everything. So block patterns were maybe later, but not, without building in our own dynamic blocks into it, which brought us right back to the way it should have been. WordPress has an npm package that allows you to really just scaffold out the plugin, a plugin that creates the blocks. The rest is, learning a little React, figuring out what it is that, if you need a, static dynamic block, working it in from there. If you need ACF, they make it, ACF still is very easy to add to the blocks and have ACF acknowledge the blocks with a configuration key. And, in the end, it was do it the right way first. And that's, kind of where we are. So currently, it's working, it's functioning. It's again, the idea was for now to take it from what it is, bring it to, where we are. There are a lot of ideas of where it's going to go from here. All the other features we'll be adding on, but the first part was to kind of go with a seamless transition. So we kind of do a soft rebrand or a soft rebuild and go from there. You can see this is, the old versus new. It's just, newer theme. This is working within our current theme. Still some, some things to work out in the back end, finalizing the block functionality, ensuring the block link checker works, because we do take that very seriously too, because again, we really do push people towards this. So it's imperative that the second links are broken, we're assessing and figuring out what it is that's wrong or changing them or whitelisting them if need be. Some UI updates, we have to import the content from Drupal, and of course, user testing and code review. The main takeaways I found, like I said, if it looks fragile, it will break. Trust your instincts. If you look and say this is too good to be true, it probably is. So take no shortcuts. Stick with the sustainable method. If WordPress says do it this way, it's probably going to be the best option. Triple check your sources. One of the things I found getting into Gutenberg development late was how much it's changed and how much has been deprecated over time. And I'd literally be working on something. And then I found out that in like the next version, it's no longer supported, which is obviously very maddening and, causing me to pull out what hair I don't have, which, leads me to like keep, I mean, now I look at every single update, every single deprecation report, every little thing that comes out, because, I need to know what's going to affect us long term. And of course, document everything, literally document literally everything, because I walk away for 2 minutes, I come back and I don't even remember where I left off. And what I need to remember, I end up sometimes finding, if I don't document, I end up trying to solve problems I already solved. So that's what I got. Thank you so much.
Let's give Jim and all of our lightning presenters a thunderous round of applause for those amazing presentations. That does conclude our lightning talks for this morning. So we lost my script there. Please make sure to use chat, social media, the 2023 attendees channel and Slack to thank our presenters, as well as ask them any questions. Don't forget about the feedback. Make sure that you submit that feedback. Again, that helps the presenters as well as enters you in for a door prize. All of the sessions today are going to be recorded and available in the Learning Library shortly after the conference is over. We're going to take a small break for a few minutes and then come back for a panel. And then I'm going to come back over. Collaborative writing and higher ed and getting ready for Gutenberg phase 3. Probably about a 5-10 minute break.
Let's find a 10-minute break.
10-minute break. Okay. They didn't tell me before. What? I didn't know before. Is back on schedule. All right. I was like, question that I don't have.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to find the schedule again. I don't know if I'm in this. I think I'm doing this room the rest of the day.
I can do this room as long as you want. Uh, all right, so we want to try to get,
Oh, the Zoom. He was asking, is one of them is remote? So yeah, 3 waters.
can I delete whatever this is? All right, so we might have to bother Ryan because I don't know.
This room.
He's in Stibs.
We could just stop sharing the screen, which would then show which would show our.
Wonder if we can. We do anything? I don't know how to.
Split. Oh, we tried to, we can't switch, we can't swap the.
Can you hold down Control Shift? Oh, that didn't work.
You turned it.
I'm gonna get full screen. There we go. Just show that on the screen while we. Okay, so.
Just came up here to say you're all doing great and we're all counting on you.
Thanks.
Don't screw up.
Second airplane happens.
Now I got it.
No, seriously, you're all over.
No piece
No
of-
lightning bugs.
Like, I didn't see it. I was like, I don't know if anybody called on this one.
If you can spare 5 minutes in room 1, comma, we need help setting up the cameras for the panel. Okay, so look at that. Something happened. I did a thing.
Hello. This is Apurva. I don't know if you can hear me.
So I promote to panelist.
Hello.
Hey, Purva.
How's everyone?
Okay, so are we trying to use it? Is that other camera gone? There was a camera over here earlier. Try. Cram. Oh, there it is. So it's over here. It's over here.
Turn it.
We can move this camera to point at y'all. Can we move it? Oh, here's a remote. I don't know what those buttons are. I wonder if we can like literally move it around.
Oh, maybe we can. Oh, that's actually not too bad.
We're figuring things out. All right, so then can it zoom?
Game speed.
That's a different camera. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the bottom camera. The bottom, the bottom camera is, okay, there you go.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's probably fine. Does that look okay, Apurva?
Yep, that looks good.
That's good. That's good right there. Yeah. All right. I don't know if we can get this little small thing to go away though.
Which thing?
Can you see the little weird inset thumbnail, Apurva?
I see it. Trying to figure out.
No idea. 'Cause I don't know how to, yeah. What are we trying to do? Well, so see, it's got another picture in picture and it's the other camera on the thing, looking at the other camera.
But yeah, it's just kind of weird, but it may be what we have to deal with.
Can you
I'm gonna pull up
go
the
video settings
feed.
in Zoom and just select one camera instead of multiple?
And they don't need to see this.
So right now, the feed can see this, and then they see the inset,
Okay.
but that might change. It might show Apurva when like she's talking.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
there
it
it goes.
does. Okay, that's good. So the feed will see you when you talk.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Will, if I share my
Um,
screen at any point, will that completely destroy
hey,
your
you
setup?
two people, can y'all hear Apurva? Apurva, can you say a few words?
Hello, YouTube. Hope you're enjoying the conference so far.
We can't hear her in here though.
Oh,
Not yet. Do we need to test that before?
I don't know how to fix that. Maybe it's the volume on here, just turning the volume up on here. I don't know how to use a Windows computer.
Master volume is pretty low.
Oh, they do. Okay. Confirm
Yeah.
that we hear you.
They
wonderful.
can hear her.
The
Okay.
YouTube can hear. her,
Okay.
But we in here can't.
So you try turning up the master volume.
Is that gonna be an echo though? Is a perva just gonna like echo throughout the room?
I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try it a little bit.
Peace.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear. There
Yay.
we go. All right.
Can y'all hear?
I
y'all
get
hear
some
that?
feedback. Hopefully YouTube doesn't, but I can mute and unmute as need be.
All right, you two, let us know if there's an echo. Then we have to wait like 30
No.
seconds for the delayed answer.
All right. Oh, yeah. You guys need more than one.
We can pass.
Okay. Can we can have all these, right?
I think so. I mean, I don't see why not.
Let's check them.
Let's check them, make sure they work.
Test, test.
Test, 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 test.
All right, Apurva, you're on this big screen now.
Lovely.
Boy, that's not good.
Now everyone's on the screen, which is nice.
Was that good or bad?
I think that's good.
Okay.
All right, YouTube people, let us know if this gets going and there's an echo with our remote presenter, please. Okay, that's not actually what's on the screen. Let me just do. Making some tweaks on the Zoom so we can see everyone. All right, once I can see, once I feel confident, then we can get started.
Everybody's.
We have everybody? There we go.
We're gonna get started in just 1 minute.
All right, let's get started. Go for it.
Looks like we got just about everybody back in the room, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. For those of you joining us online, welcome to the 10 a.m. Eastern session in the cram room to WPCampus 2023. Again, I'm your host, Paul Gilzo. We're honored to have an amazing panel of experts with us today to talk about Gutenberg Phase 3 and content management. Again, remember to please fill out the feedback form and be ever mindful of our code of conduct. We're gonna have moderators in the chat watching that and giving you information. And with that, let's give them a big round of applause.
Hi, my name is Ed Beck. I work at SUNY Oneonta, a small liberal arts college in the SUNY system with about 6,000 students. And now I work for all of you because I'm one of the new board members of WPCampus. And so as we were thinking about putting this panel together, it came from the community. There was a great conversation starting in Slack about collaboration. What are you doing right now? How are you collaborating in WordPress? What plugins would help me do this? Where are we going with it? And so we started to pull in some people, I think, that represent a lot of the WPCampus community because we're so diverse. At my college, we are giving away individual sites to students because we like that kind of messy work. And we've got other people that are running their institutional website. We've got other people that are creating entire books in XML first, digital publishing, using WordPress as the base and pushing out there. And so we're all here together as people who use WordPress in higher ed, but we are so different. And then we also see Gutenberg coming down the pipe and announcing Gutenberg Phase 3. And Phase 3 of Gutenberg, Phase 1, of course, was just, we're gonna start using blocks. Phase 2 was, we're gonna use blocks everywhere. And now Phase 3, they wanna focus on collaboration too, just like we wanna focus on collaboration. So we've put this panel together of different people who are using WordPress in wildly different ways, that have wildly different job roles, and I'm gonna start introducing those panelists. So first, next to me is Nick Diego. He's a developer advocate working at Automatic and a WordPress core contributor. And I'm gonna invite him to tell us a little bit about himself and the work he does.
Thank you. You hear me? Everybody hear me? Take two. Yeah, so thank you, Ed. I work for Automatic, but what I do is I'm a full-time sponsored contributor. So my entire job is just WordPress. I have been part of the release leads for the last 4 WordPress releases. You're not aware, 6.3 is coming out August 8th, and we're kind of in the throes of getting the release all ready to go. And I've been working with WordPress for a long time, but it started out as kind of a hobby. I've only been working in WordPress full-time for about 2 years, which I feel like I've been working with WordPress forever, but full-time only 2 years. And my role as a developer advocate is just to engage with the community, engage with developers, and both educate developers on what's coming in WordPress, but also hear from developers on what you want from WordPress, so we can take that back internally to the folks working on WordPress and hopefully provide the solutions that you're all looking for. So really happy and excited to be talking about Phase 3 today. A lot of cool stuff coming in Phase 3 that will impact the entire WordPress community, no matter how you're using WordPress. Thanks so much.
The next person I'm going to invite to introduce themselves is Apurva Ashok. Apurva, I met through the Rebus Foundation, which is a group of people who are training people like me how to publish OER, open educational resources, textbooks, websites, learning materials without copyright, attaching those open licenses so that they can be utilized in many ways. Apurva is executive director of that Rebus Foundation, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Thank you, Ed, and hello, everyone. I am Apurva. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm actually joining you virtually from what's known as Toronto, or you might know as Toronto. I'm zooming in from the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the First Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And you'll be, I think, pleased to hear that we have the same levels of humidity here in Toronto today as you might have in Louisiana. So I'm wearing linen like many of you are. I have been working in the open education field for about 7 years now, and I bring a range of experience primarily in publishing, but as Ed mentioned, in program development, community building, impact-driven strategic planning, marketing and media, really with the purpose of helping educational institutions build equitable and responsive teaching and learning spaces. So I have created professional development offerings where I met Ed back in 2019, but have also authored and published educational resources on WordPress and supported the creation and adaptation of, I would say, over 50 resources, maybe more. And at the core, I'm someone who really values human-centric approaches to work, open practices, and collaboration, really in service of a more equitable future in higher education, but also for our global communities more generally. So that's me. And I'll pass it back to Ed.
Thank you. And the last person I'm going to invite to introduce herself is Shelley Keith Panula. She is Director of Web and Digital Experience at Cornell SC Johnson School of Business, College of Business.
I ran him off. Thanks, Ed, appreciate that. Now I've got the giggles. Okay, so as I said, I'm Shelley Kupanula. I am the Director of Web and Digital Experience at the College of Business at Cornell. I have 20 plus years in and around higher ed. I claim the right of first WordPress site that ran, or first WordPress implementation that ran the entire EDU. It is an argument between me and somebody who used to be at Bates College, but he's no longer in higher ed, so I win. I have spent a bit of time on the agency side, working with higher ed and corporate clients, like Steelcase and Disney, undertaking some really massive enterprise implementations, and got a really good view of the extensibility and scalability of the platform. And now I'm at the College of Business, managing what feels like a delightfully normal WordPress multi-site network, and with a delightfully eclectic team of very brilliant humans. And that's me.
So I'm going to throw the first question to Nick and put him on the spot and tell us what is coming in core and what their big plans are to introduce collaboration and collaborative features in WordPress in phase 3.
Yeah, so Ed covered the phases. So we had our first phase, which is just using blocks. The next phase was customization, using blocks to your entire website. And now this third phase is collaboration. I think that the term collaboration is a great banner headline for phase 3, but it actually encompasses a lot more than just real-time collaboration. So, but that's kind of the first item. So real-time collaboration is something that you might have in Google Docs. I think most of us who are editing content with many users are using something like Google Docs. And the idea is bringing that experience into WordPress. But it goes beyond that. How do you manage content with multiple different types of users? Maybe you have different publishing flows. And there's a lot of plugins that do that now, and I'm sure some of you are using those types of plugins. But how do you bring that kind of experience into WordPress, and also as like a default publishing flow, and then also make it extensible? So if people want to add additional publishing flows, that's available. So things like, you have a person who writes some content, but maybe you have a different person that manages all the media on that page. And maybe there's a publishing checklist that needs to be checked off before the piece of content is actually published. How do you manage all of that? We're calling that kind of like workflows and asynchronous collaboration. So you have real-time collaboration, asynchronous collaboration. There's also advancements coming to the way that we manage media. So the media library hasn't had any love in a long time. So there's some ideas on how do we improve the media library so it's easier to be managed. We have all these blocks, right? All these blocks for those that are using blocks. How do we manage the block library? How do we ensure that certain users have access to certain blocks and certain users don't? The previous presenter, the last lightning talk, was talking about using a plugin to determine what roles of users can see certain blocks on the front end. How do we incorporate that into WordPress itself? So you can think about a page that has content that's maybe for subscribers and content for people who are not subscribed. You can do that with plugins, but there isn't a good way to visualize that content inside of the editor. So with content creator, you can see this is what it looks like for subscribers, what it looks like for unsubscribed. How do you bring those flows into WordPress? And on top of that, we have the site editor, where for those that are using block themes, using blocks in a fully customized way, how can you edit your entire site in site editor? Right now, we're seeing a lot of improvements, right? For 6.3 that's coming out in 2 weeks in the site editor, but how do we push that further? How do we allow different users into the site editor and give them a controlled environment where they're not messing with the whole site, but they have the ability to access certain templates and certain template parts? There's probably something else I'm missing. A lot of things else I'm missing, but phase 3 is going to be big. If you think about phase 2, it took us, Gutenberg was introducing 5.0, WordPress 5.0, which I think was in late 2018. Phase 2 started then, and is now officially kind of wrapped up between 6.3 and 6.4. That's a long time. Phase 3 has also been very long. So right now, if you want more information about kind of the details of the roadmap of phase 3, you go to make.wordpress.org. /4. There's a bunch of articles being published in the last few weeks about all the different steps that phase 3 is going to cover. But we also want to hear from the community. What do you want to see for phase 3? What do you want to see for these different sections? And nothing is set in stone, a lot of ideas, but that's kind of our hope.
And that's part of this panel too, is let's talk about our workflows. So I'm going to go over to Purva next, and you're creating digital textbooks. They're digital first, built in WordPress, using a variant of WordPress called Pressbooks. That's not all Purva uses. Her workflows are kind of agnostic of where we're publishing it, but it's one of the main tools that they're using. Pressbooks is able to export from the web version of the book multiple different accessible exports, including a production-ready PDF, a digital PDF, and an EPUB, so that you write it once in WordPress and get all the alternative formats from there. Purva, can you just give us kind of a high-level overview of the advice that you give to creators? What does that whole workflow look like as you're preparing them to do this big project management task of writing an entire book?
Well, the first thing we always tell them is that it takes more than one person to build the book. I think there's a common misconception that publishing is just the author. And step one is really just letting them know that it's a team effort. There are so many more people who are involved in this work. And I thought I can take you through our iterative workflow process. If possible, I'll share the link afterwards that shows you a visualization of this workflow. But we really ask folks to begin by outlining their scope, goals, and requirements, to identify the teams that will be working on this project, to identify any existing material that they're going to be working with. I mean, we're working in a content abundant world. So we try to encourage users and authors to bring existing material that they might be adapting. A lot of the times, teams will have a few people assigned as a technical lead who will be working with WordPress or Pressbooks, but they will also comprise of faculty, librarians, technologists, instructional designers or curriculum developers, administrators, sometimes even students who are co-creating these resources as part of an in-class assignment. So the actual writing and editing itself will take place outside of Pressbooks. The ideating will take place outside of WordPress. During this editing process, teams have specific goals. They might be localizing content. They might be adding media and interactives. They might be editing for equity, bringing cultural relevance into the resource. Teams will then maybe test out the WordPress platform to understand what features they can leverage, especially as they're trying to create these innovative digital-first, non-traditional resources. They're really trying to center the student experience and learning. So they might test out anything as simple as a fill-in-the-blank exercise on the web to something that is a little more high-intensive to create. Folks will then go in and review the content, get feedback, not just for subject matter expertise, but also for web accessibility and so on. They'll continue to format the content in WordPress or in Pressbooks. A few members of the team will conduct final checks. And then in theory, this is when you publish the resource, the textbook, and let it be. But because we're working with open education and open educational resources, that's sort of just the first version. The idea really is that this content can evolve into a Frankenstein's monster type of book over time. So with each new semester, each instructor who might have a different approach or be teaching the resource in a different location want to customize it to their students or their pedagogical style. So the idea is that these resources are easily remixable and editable, and maintaining different versions of these is something that I think teams are still trying to navigate. Who is responsible for updating that file? Who is responsible for publishing a version history or hosting these materials at the end of the day? So those are some of the challenges that we're grappling with, but the idea really is that the workflow is iterative and meant for users to leverage whatever features they can to help students succeed in the classroom.
We're gonna go to Shelley next, but I want to put a pin in Nick's brain to think about what Apurva was just talking about. We live in a content-rich world, and part of collaboration is going to need to be moving things in and out of the editor easily. It's to not just, I know we're talking about building features so that we can collaborate more in WordPress, but being able to pull things in and out is going to continue to be important for a lot of us in higher ed, and I don't think that's going to be going away.
I mean, I agree. I think that that's going to be a major issue. One of our big problems is the lack of staging capabilities on the content side. But in terms of our workflow, if you want to call it that, our workflow basically exists entirely outside of WordPress because there's not a great way to do that inside WordPress right now when we're talking about building page content across 250 plus content contributors within a multi-site network. Right now, basically, we have everything kind of locked down so that our content folks can edit existing pages, but they cannot create and publish new ones. So anybody who wants to create and publish a new page has to work with my team. That saves us a lot of overhead in that, like, yes, there's energy that has to go into working with those stakeholders to get that page content developed. But it is historically my experience that it's way less stress to do that work with them up front than it is to try to clean up the mess of a completely open publishing platform. So our entire workflow basically is send us your page content, we'll review it in a Word doc or whatever, and then we'll sit down and have a conversation with you about what that means. Then we'll either open up a space for you to go build out your content using, we don't have blocks. We're not using the block editor right now. We're using a third-party plugin called Panels that came from Modern Tribe. But we're eventually going to transition into blocks. There's a big project coming to do exactly that. So in terms of collaboration, it's exactly what it is, I think, for everybody else. Somebody goes, hey, this is wrong, or hey, I need a new page, or hey, we need to do some kind of work with this. Oh, this page needs to be brought down. Why is this still up there? There's just not a lot of kind of consistency or workflow or process really applied within the system right now. It's all kind of humans.
So yes, I mean, when we start to talk about collaboration in WordPress, one of the first things we talk about is like, oh, we don't do that. We go outside of WordPress. So I'm gonna throw it back to the panelists again and kind of say, okay, when you're outside of WordPress, what tools are you choosing? And if they can, give us little details about why. What is working for you with these other tools that helps you collaborate outside of WordPress? What are the things that we need to see inside of WordPress if this is going to be a successful phase for us? Or do you want to go first?
Sure. We use, I'd say, 4 different types of tools. One specific to project management, so something like an Asana to keep track of different pieces of what is typically a year-long sort of publishing cycle, production cycle. We'll use a file management tool, so something like Google Drive or OneBox or Dropbox for people to upload drafts, because many of them are writing outside of WordPress. We'll have a communication tool. In a lot of cases, it's Slack or email, because they're academics, they love emails. And the last one, but more importantly, are the publishing tools. So WordPress, unfortunately, not a lot of writing happens in here. We're typically using, as Shelley mentioned, Google Docs or Microsoft Word, because they have really superior commenting, suggestion features, ability to track changes. So to look at versions and histories, with Google Docs in particular, that ability for multiple users to synchronously edit the file at the same time is really helpful to host sort of team meetings and talk about, excuse me, talk about chapter templates and content. I just wanted to also note, maybe from what I've seen, educators really have their own systems and tools. Ooh. They find it really challenging to adopt new tools. So what we've had to do is to find out what are the tool-specific requirements that you have in your discipline, which might be math or biology. You need to write in LaTeX. It's easier for you to do that in Microsoft Word versus in WordPress with MatchAx. Some tools will lend themselves better to certain disciplines versus others. So that's the reason we try to be as platform agnostic as possible when we're accommodating preferences, because we're working on a limited time frame. So it's easier for us to work with someone else in a tool that they're already familiar with than spend the time training them to use, say, blocks in WordPress.
I actually wonder if you could speak about that a little bit more. I know you shared with me that your foundation actually was building like a project management tool. And one of the reasons why you stopped is you said people don't like to change the way they're working and the way they're collaborating. I mean, that might be a real uphill struggle for WordPress to become more of a collaboration tool when there are so many collaboration tools out there.
Yeah, we were working on a project called Rebus Inc., which was a scholarly a tool meant for scholars. So it was really to help them with their reading and note taking. And what we found was, for the most part, people have managed to tweak together and assemble a workflow and a system and a set of tools that meets their needs, because they haven't found one tool that does everything for them. You know, they might be using Zotero, they might be using something else to host their website, and they might be using something else to edit and create their content. We found that there are a small subset of independent researchers or academics working in the post-secondary space who are excited to experiment and try out something new. But to have that widespread adoption, there needs not only a lot of training, but a lot of clarity on what features there are and what tools is this new one going to replace for someone else. If you're swapping out WordPress for something else, is it just a one-for-one replacement? Is it letting you do the work of maybe 3 other tools? So you're replacing 3 tools rather than just one. There's more advantage for educators when you're telling them that it's making their process more efficient and easy. I think Shelley will have a lot of input on, coordinating this at the systems level. So I'm curious to hear her input.
Thank you. Nick, I'm going to throw it to you next. When I'm so fascinated by this role that you have as the developer advocate and the way you work and the way you have to bring in the use cases and translate them to your developers into features and into smaller tasks and to work with that. When you hear someone go through these complex workflows and 4 different tools, what are you thinking about?
Let's see. So I think that the point about if there's a setup where everybody's very comfortable in Google Docs, getting them to transition to WordPress, if we could snap our fingers and, real-time collaborations in WordPress would still be challenging. People are used to Google Docs, their workflow, that's how they work. I think that, and this is a personal opinion, we all can have personal opinions about the future of WordPress. I think that focusing on the workflow of how content is published inside of WordPress is probably one of the most paramount things. For example, if you have a published page and you want to make a change to that page, you hit the publish button and it's live, right? And so how do we create a system where that could go through publication checks, make changes, it gets put into a different workflow, it can be reviewed by certain people, that kind of setup in an extensible way, so you as the managers of that site can configure it to the way you need it to work. I think those are kind of the most important things. Let people still use their Google Docs to write their content. And then as the phase 3 develops, start bringing in things like that real-time collaboration. Because no one's going to transition to WordPress if it's only half of what you can already do now in something like this. So I think that we need to take a slow approach, really track down the things people need and really make it extensive. Extensibility is something that the block editor has not really had enough of, and that's part of this phase 3 is bringing that extensibility back in, allowing people to figure it the way they need it.
So our workflow, right now, as I said, is entirely outside of WordPress. So all of our collaboration happens effectively in Google Docs, and that is, if a project is initiated, it's been managed by my team. Basically, what happens is we start with a Google Doc, and then as we get to a point where it's ready for review, we start to bring in the stakeholders to do that review, and we go through that process, and then we iterate on that work, and then it goes through design in terms of visual assets. So there's everything, literally everything up until the point that it's built into a page is done outside of WordPress. I appreciate what Nick is saying about needing to be able to make a change to a live page and have it not necessarily go live immediately. Like those kinds of workflows I think are really valuable. Right now, you just go, right? It's just, you're done. Live update. Fix it in post, you know what I mean? So, and the other side of that, there's not really a good way, even if you've got a draft page, to send it to somebody higher up the chain who doesn't necessarily have a login, to get them to do an approval on it. We have to PDF the thing and send it over, and there's an entire kind of email chain that happens around that. So, yeah, just in terms of, I'm always going to be, anytime you start talking about adding workflow is opinionated. And we all work differently. And I'm going to be always erring on the side of less workflow and more flexibility, just because even within a single institution, depending on which department we're working with, the level of ability they have to adhere to a structure and a workflow and follow a process can be very different from one unit to the other within the same college. So I tend to always err on the side of, let's be as flexible as we can to support these stakeholders in the work that they're trying to do.
One of the things that you shared in Slack when we first had this conversation a couple months ago is that you were starting to build a plugin to help you do some of these things. What were some of the features that you were like, were on the top of your list? You're like, I must have this in my plugin. That when you went to go develop it yourself, you said, I need this.
So we're working on a governance plugin right now that we're really working to make it as not opinionated as possible, while still giving us the ability to have some kind of clarity and reporting around roles and responsibilities in the review cycle. So the overall kind of intention is to build some accountability with our project, with our content managing stakeholders. And mind you, these are all folks who, for the most part, have had 30 minutes of WordPress training. Like they got a walkthrough, and then they've been set loose on their pages. So our plugin plan is effectively assigning page ownership in the terms of making sure that the page author is the person who's supposed to be maintaining the page versus just somebody with authorship rights, and having a review cycle. And when we've set it up based on kind of academic calendars, you can do a 3, 6, or 12-month review cycle for every page, and there's reporting and notifications. And we've also established kind of page goals. So what's the intention of this page? Why does it exist? Don't deviate from that intended purpose for this page and go build something else in the space that you've got access to. And what are the audience goals for this page? Like what do you need your users to be able to do on this page? Make sure you don't delete that key CTA, right? And also the tasks, the specific tasks. When I set somebody on a review cycle and say it's your responsibility to make sure this page is current, what does that mean? And on a page by page basis, like I need you to make sure these dates are accurate, that these dollar amounts are accurate, that these people are still part of this program, and this still makes sense, that the CTAs are going to the right place, that you have all of your alt text in place, that you're linking to the correct PDFs and you're not trying to circumvent our PDF remediation process. All of those things. And to be able to set that, not only those specific things on the page by page basis, but also the site level things for, you're not allowed to link to a PDF on Box just to keep from having to send it to our accessibility folks. that kind of thing. So, and the big picture reporting on the side of that is going to be really useful in that I have to send reports to deans regularly so that they can understand the state of their websites. And specifically the people who are assigned to manage content who are not currently in compliance. So if they're 90 days or more out of compliance, they're getting a call from the dean is effectively what's going on there. So that's the plugin that we're building and we'll be putting that in the repository probably by the end of this calendar year, but we're still working through testing and kind of we're judging.
Oh my God, that sounds amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robinson.
Let's talk about the tough thing. We're talking about phase 3 of Gutenberg. And many of us are not on phase 1 of Gutenberg yet. Many of us are still not building with blocks. And that was phase 1. That was done in 2017, right? That's what we said. How do we move past that? How do we get some of these features that we really want when we know we have the hurdle of, we have to start with blocks?
Yeah, I think that's a hard question. And I also think that it's one of these things where I'm a big advocate of if you're using WordPress and it's working for you, great. And however, there is new functionality, blocks, things related to phase 3, that it's worth taking a look at how you can start migrating to blocks. If you have not migrated to blocks, I actually think this is a great time because the last 2 years, for those who have been involved in this process, it's been a little dicey. Things change a lot. I think the last lighting talk was I built something and then I looked at the docs and now it's gone. That has happened. And when it comes to just core block architecture, the block API, way more stable than it was. So if you're going to be building custom blocks, and a lot of you will need to for your own specific use cases, that API is a lot more stable now. And there's all sorts of things like block support. So you can just, with one line of code, get typography support instead of having to create your own typography support. Little things like that. So I encourage everybody to think about but adopting blocks if you can, but also don't freak out if you haven't yet. Phase 3 is going to take a long time. WordPress has always been designed in a way that allows people to use it in many different ways. Blocks, I fundamentally believe, are where we're all going to be in 5 years. But if you're not quite there yet, that's perfectly fine. Note, though, that a lot of the phase 3 improvements and enhancements are block specific. So we're talking about revisions, talking about being able to see the changes people are making. A lot of that change is focusing on block changes. How did all this stuff work in the editor? These publishing flows, a lot of that will impact the block specific. So there might give you some more incentive to start looking at this stuff. But part of my job as a developer advocate is to create that education material, talk to folks, and help that out.
And as somebody who has not moved to blocks, we're looking at kind of the next 5 years, and we're already in a place where not moving to blocks is kind of layering on tech debt for us. We've got integrations that we can't do. We've got features that only now exist in block environments. So we're hitting a point at which my option is to either build custom integrations with some of these enterprise tools that are at this point only really supporting blocks, or migrate to blocks. And my plan is at this point to eventually migrate to blocks, but we have a custom environment, right? That we are going to have to figure out. One, we have to do a ton of cleanup because, I got there and it was already a mess. But before we get to that point, as we get to that point, the goal is to create something that we can do a dynamic migration. So we can one-to-one our kind of panels tooling over into blocks as appropriate. So it's a big project. It's a 2-year effort that we've kicked off to get us to a place where we can actually just start to be more core compliant and have less kind of tech debt overhead associated with our environment.
Herb, I want to make sure that I'm inviting you into the conversation. Is there anything you'd like to add at this point?
Yeah, well, I'll just note, that this is a great time to be having this conversation because Nick, you said move if you can. And then Shelley, you raised some good points about the fact that backwards compatibility for a lot of the phase 1 features is probably not going to be around in 5 years' time. Because we're really looking at higher education institutions and different systems. Something I've been thinking a lot about is what arguments can we make to whether it's a library dean or the head of an IT department or some other unit to get them to start planning for that transition right now. Because what we know about the end users, the faculty, is that they want a seamless transition. They don't really want to be involved in the back end work that gets that done. But when they log in to their site and they start accessing it, they want it to be easy. They don't really want to be encountering the bugs that you or I or others have been facing. So what should folks keep in mind as they're starting to plan, and how much time do educational institutions set aside for this? How much time, how many persons, how many staff members, and also budgets, because some of these folks are doing this out of a small operating budget with their, a portion of the library publishing department. Others might have the robust team of an IT department to help them with this work. And someone else might just be a solo worker, someone who started in hosting their WordPress site out of curiosity decades ago that they're trying to keep moving along.
So one of the things that at least from a developer advocacy perspective, that we're focusing on a lot is those who've been building custom blocks in the last 2 years, you probably spent an exorbitant amount of time digging through source code to figure out how stuff works and just, learn by doing. And one of the things that we're trying to focus on is not specifically my team, but kind of part of the broader thing is how do we create workflows that let people scaffold blocks really easily? Scaffold for those that are familiar with theme.json, that powers block themes and hybrid themes. How do we create a workflow that allows that to happen really quickly and in a way that's scalable? So in addition to some learning that's going to have to take place on your part, how to build those blocks, we're trying to create tools that make that easier, make it more in line with the way that core works, so that hopefully some of that learning, some of that time, some of that expense is taken less of a burden on everybody. Of course, transitioning to anything new is going to be challenging, but hopefully the fundamentals we can make easier, and I think we have a lot of work to do in that area.
I'm looking at my panelists asking if there's anything that they would like to add. We're getting to that point where we're about to have the final words. Anybody want the last say here? Anybody got a question in the audience? All right, at this point, I'm going to thank my panelists. They've shared so much of their time and oh, thank you.
People in from chat, can everybody hear me? Okay, we had some people in from chat ask specific from Nick. I know phase 3 just started, so there probably hasn't been a ton of work done yet. But what role will accessibility play, and what kind of priorities of accessibility need to be given to that phase 3 of Gutenberg?
That's a great question, and I think that accessibility is something that always needs more attention than it's been given. And when anything is being built, so a lot of the development for WordPress, especially around the editor, is taking place in the Gutenberg plugin. And the Gutenberg plugin, if you haven't tested it out, it's basically all the new features that are going to eventually come to WordPress take place there. And so there is a ton of great contributors that flag issues for accessibility, help test accessibility. Anything that takes place in WordPress, whether that's now or phase 3 or whatever, needs to be accessible. That's kind of one of the founding principles of WordPress, making sure that we're democratizing publishing and anybody can use it no matter who they are. And so I am not an accessibility expert. I know we have some in this room, and if folks do contribute time, find issues, please make those issues be heard because they need to be addressed. And to be candid, not all the engineers that work on WordPress are that fluent in accessibility related things, and they need help from those that are, help improve it. So.
Do we have any other audience questions?
Please join me in thanking our panelists.
We're gonna take a quick 15-minute break and we'll come back. Yeah, about 10 after 11. And we'll join Helen Lee and Melanie Myers on supporting diversity, case study in the design and development of multicultural and multilingual courses. Please make sure to fill out the feedback forms. Those feedback forms, you can access them from the website for those session pages. Oh, there's another remote for that, by the way.
That's okay.
Turn around. so
All
you
right,
see the
you
audience.
should be able to stand right there. Hold up, stop. Ready?
All right, everybody, welcome back. If you are joining us online, this is now the 11:10 Central Time session. What's that? Oh, okay. I'm pleased to welcome Helen Lee and Melanie Myers from the Justice Institute of British Columbia, who are going to be presenting on supporting diversity, case study in the design and development of multicultural and multilingual courses. Before we get started, though, a couple of housekeeping items. Again, please be mindful of the code of conduct. Moderators will be in the Slack channel in the YouTube area, giving additional information and watching those. If you have any questions, please hold those to the end. We'll ask those questions of our speakers later. Please be sure to fill out the feedback. Again, it gives those speakers important information as well as enters you in for a door prize. As we said earlier, we can't do this without our sponsors, so please make sure to thank our sponsors as well as go out and visit them during the breaks. And let's give a big warm welcome to our presenters.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to our session on the design and development of multicultural and multilingual languages or courses. We wish we could be in New Orleans with many of you and hope you're having a great conference there. And we also welcome the online participants. And Helen, I just wanted to check if you've got the slides shared.
No, I clicked on the share screen button and I don't think I'm able to share the slides right now.
I'm not sure if someone there can hop on and help us with that.
Oh, now I'm able to. Let's see. Now I just have to decide which part of my screen to share. All right, give me 1 second. Share and make sure I'm sharing the right one. Sorry, oops, not the slide. This one. All righty. Ready.
Great. I just have to get out of full screen here. Okay, great. So thanks everyone for your patience with that. We're going to start, so Helen, if you go to the next slide, we're going to start with a short introduction and some background about the Parenting After Separation project. We'll spend a little time showing you the courses and share our reflections on the design and development process when working with diverse audiences and in a multilingual environment. And we'll leave some time at the end for discussion as well. And you can go to the next slide. First, though, we want to begin by today's session just by respectfully acknowledging that our JIBC New Westminster campus is located on the unceded traditional territories of the Kakite, Musqueam, and Coast Salish peoples. And unceded means that the land was never given or sold, but rather stolen by colonizers. So acknowledging the land where we live and work is one way to recognize the history, the peoples and culture, and to continue our work towards truth and reconciliation and decolonization. So next slide. So my name is Melanie Myers. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a program director in the Center for Teaching, Learning, and Innovation at the Justice Institute of British Columbia. And I'm joined by my colleague and instructional designer, Helen Lee. And just a bit of information about our institution. The Justice Institute of BC is a public post-secondary institution which focuses on justice and public safety fields. So that includes things like law enforcement, firefighting, paramedicine, security, emergency management, as well as other areas such as conflict resolution, mediation, leadership, and counseling. So we're a small institution, but very unique in specializing our training in public safety, also through applied research, applied education and research. And our Center for Teaching and Learning supports all the programming that goes on at the JIBC, but we also support external projects related to justice and public safety in our province. And so that an example of that is the course that we're going to share with you today. Next slide.
So the parenting after separation courses are provided by the Ministry of Family Justice, and they are publicly funded. So the courses are for all parents and others who have a responsibility to make decisions for a child or youth, covering topics such as resolving family disputes, child support guidelines, safety planning for those experiencing domestic violence. And every adult is required to complete the course to receive a certificate of completion before they go to court. So because the course is for the general public, it was really important that the course be both free and easily accessible. So WordPress with a LearnDash plugin was a really logical choice of platform in this case for us. And because the experience with online learning was so varied among learners, it was really key that the interface be simple to use and easy to access. Next slide, please. So because of the diverse background of people accessing the course, which includes different languages and their experience with online learning, access to technology, the course content was delivered primarily in video format with information, interviews, and storytelling as part of those videos. And then the course was a sort of 3-hour micro course, which consists of about 8 short modules. And there's interactive activities built in, primarily created with H5P to support and reinforce the content that's in the videos. And the LearnDash modules contain they contain the video, but they also have transcripts and audio versions. So learners have the flexibility to access the content in a variety of formats. And that was just to assist with accessibility and even things like bandwidth, for those folks who might not be able to watch the videos. So again, we needed to create this course that would meet a diversity of the local population in BC. There's 2022 stats in Metro Vancouver, which is the biggest city in BC. So residents are part of showing basically residents part of a visible minority. Specifically, largest would be the ethnic Chinese at 20%, followed by 14% South Asian. And we also identified, it was identified early on that a course was needed to meet the cultural needs, values, and perspectives of Indigenous peoples. And as a result, the first course that was developed for parenting after separation was for Indigenous families. And then the Ministry of Family Justice decided when it came to multilingual to start with Punjabi as a multilingual course based on the client demographic that they engage with regularly. So there's currently 3 courses available, or 3 versions of the course. There's the version for Indigenous families, there's an English version, and a Punjabi version. So I'm just going to, we thought we'd just spend a couple of minutes showing you each of the versions of the course. And so the first course that was created was, like I mentioned, for the Indigenous families. So Helen's just going to pull that up, maybe go to the home page. There you go. And so this one, you'll see immediately the graphics were created by a local Indigenous artist. Her name's Jamie Knoll. It was really important to immediately incorporate and recognize Indigenous culture in this way. And the acknowledgement page actually will give you a sense of all the contributors to the course, and that all the material included is very much created by the Indigenous community and members and organizations. So that was a really key component to the design. There's a welcome video on the homepage, which includes a message from an elder speaking to the importance of the course, and there's elders threaded throughout, the messages from elders throughout the course. And so another thing was we just really needed a simple registration process. So again, so that access was really easy. And there's navigation videos to guide learners through the material. Each of the modules in the course is structured in the same way. So there's a video followed by some interactive activities, and the learners are guided through the content sequentially as each module builds on the last, and all modules have to be completed to receive a certificate of completion so that they can go to court. So any of you can access the course. So the URL is in the slide deck, but you could access the course and register and have a look for yourselves. But I'm going to hand it over to Helen, who's going to show you the two other versions of the course.
Okay, thank you, Mel. So on this, on the English version of the site is also available on the slide deck, but this is the landing page for the past English version. And so as you can tell, like it is very much mirrors the past Indigenous version. And the way the courses are, so it also has acknowledgement and so forth, which combines both the English and the Punjabi advisory groups. And for the courses, you can see in LearnDash, we created we used a course grid tool, and then we created two versions of the same course. When we click into either course, you can tell, again, there's lots of similarities in terms of how they're laid out. And later on in our presentation, we will go into some of the subtle differences in design just to fulfill the needs of each language and cultural group. So, but even when we click into the Punjabi version of the course, it is similar laid out. It does include a little bit more overview information that is in the English main page that we just decided to include here. And the layout and the modules are similar. All righty. Back to you, Mel.
Thank you. Great. So if you pop to the next slide. So we've got 4 main topic areas we wanted to cover today. And of course, this doesn't include all the considerations for design and development, but we hope to just share some of these considerations and challenges. And then in the time that we have for discussion, we can dive deeper into any of the topics any of you wish. So we'll get started with the first one. So in terms of really thinking about how we approach the design with care in this context. So I mentioned that when we looked at the Indigenous course, we really had very intentional work with community. So we worked with Indigenous elders and community to guide the content creation, graphics, any images we used, even the videos and the voices that are in the video were Indigenous. So we had a couple of Indigenous actors that guide the learner through the course. And we also had a key component of the development was having an advisory committee with Indigenous subject matter experts and community members, and who also acted as reviewers for the course. Another key component was making sure that the course was reflecting the community we serve. So both for Punjabi and Indigenous learners, this was really important. So when selecting the Indigenous images, we took care to ensure that the images both reflected the community members from the First Nations communities here in British Columbia specifically, and even without, you don't always have stock images available for these kinds of things. So we took photos specifically for this course. And when using the archival photos and footage, we ensured that we properly acknowledged the Indigenous copyright holders for those pieces. In the Punjabi course, there were a lot of image selection errors. The images were not an accurate depiction of the Punjabi community here in BC. So we really had to make sure that we had Punjabi community members working directly with us and through the ministry to vet every single image and to ensure that we were representing the community here in British Columbia. Another piece of it was taking a trauma-informed approach to the course design. And just one example of this was things like we included a safety exit button. So on every screen, there's a safety exit button where learners can quickly exit the course should they feel triggered or by any of the content, or if they wanted to exit quickly for privacy reasons or anything else. So that was something that was built in actually as feedback from another course that we were developing for another purpose, but it was something that was really important to give learners that option to exit quickly. You can go to the next slide, Helen. Great. So another thing that we had to consider were all the frameworks that were incorporated had to have cultural relevance as well. So on this slide as an example, there's two graphics, one in Punjabi, one in English, and it's a power and control wheel in English. And it's not exactly the same text. It's not reproduced in the same way because there were cultural specific things related to power in the Punjabi culture. So we had input from a Punjabi community organization to ensure that that content was reflective of their community. So instead of reusing graphics as they were in a Punjabi course, we actually offered this one as a table in a separate resource for download. The wheel is just shown in one of the videos. All of the cultural and language decisions were made under the guidance of Taranum Tind, who was working with the ministry and who provided both narration and cultural guidance throughout the course. And I know Helen will probably get into a little bit more of what that looked like as well. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about the design and development process. So more broadly for design and development, we followed a typical instructional design approach of ADDIE, the analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. But we really focused on learners and designing a course that meet the needs of the community. So given the subject matter and the purpose, we had to assume that there would be a wide range of literacy levels, both for reading, but also digitally. So WordPress with LearnDash, again, given the ease of access and navigation, sort of reassured us that we could help in that way to make it easily accessible. So we've also created courses like this in the past, and we found that the barriers to access were quite minimal to learners, and that learners were generally finding that LearnDash interface intuitive. So the client had requested the course be primarily developed in this video format, but this, of course, created its own set of challenges. So as we know, maintenance or creating additional versions could be problematic. If you've ever worked with video, you'll probably know what I'm referring to. So Helen will also get into this a little bit further, but when we first developed the Indigenous Families course, we didn't know that there would be a requirement to develop in other languages in the future. So we may have made design decisions that could have been different had we known from the start that there might be other languages. So probably one of our biggest challenges was having a course that was largely video-based. We had two concurrent design processes going. So the WordPress LearnDash site itself it's being created when we also creating videos at the same time. So we had to have a really well-structured plan and blueprint for the course in advance to ensure we knew exactly what videos would cover, what was going into the LearnDash site, and how that would all be structured. So once the content was developed in the video, we made sure that learners, as I mentioned previously, had the option to download transcripts, listen to audio, and so on. And I think that's probably about it for that piece. I'm going to hand it over to Helen to talk about some of the the technical aspects of the multilingual courses and how things were set up in WordPress.
Okay, thank you, Mel. So like Mel said, some of the considerations, by the time we did the English version, then the client had then proposed the Punjabi version to be the next phase of the project. So considering what we already had developed, we started with offering options to the client and then brainstorming in what options we had available at the table. So the first option that we presented to them was a language toggle option. As many of you know, when you go on the website, the language toggle option is you can click maybe on the sign of a flag and then it chooses different language. However, that was not a possible solution because it was very important for the client that we reported completion and access based on the different communities that we designed for. So if we did the language toggle option, it was not in the backend and we're not able to separate out the data. So that was not an option. And the second option was, hey, why don't we just do the same as we did for Indigenous? So we can create a Punjabi pass site. But then when we're doing more long-term planning, it was shared with us that if all goes well, there will be further phases of the project. It's just because we work in such a diverse community that then it would potentially snowball into one language per site, and that would become too impossible to maintain. So the second option was not possible. And the third option is what you see now that we all agreed upon, which is then at the LearnDash level, just have the courses offered in different languages. And this was okay given, even though the site was primarily English in the landing page, but then still offer the courses in different languages, because upon the entry point to the training prior to that, when adults are working with family justice counselors and its supporting programs, there will be some basic English required. So the client felt comfortable that it doesn't necessarily need to be entirely Punjabi to ensure the success of the clients, of the families. So that's how we landed on this option. And so when we were working with the English and Punjabi conversion, interestingly, language and culture go hand in hand. But in terms of our process, we did kind of separate it out into two phases. The first phase was the language direct translation from English to Punjabi. And we work with a local nonprofit community organization called Mosaic. And Mosaic offers resources and opportunities to new immigrants to Canada and employ them. And then one of the services that they provide is translation services in multiple languages. So we share with them the English past scripts, the website content text, and they share back with us the Punjabi translations. However, when we're trying to import them into the Punjabi version of the course, we realized there was we needed some cultural guidance that's beyond just the linguistic translation. So in our process and when talking with our advisors, so there were a few family justice counselors from the client's end who were Punjabi, and Taranam, who was our lead language and culture SME. And we found out Punjabi is actually a primarily oral language. So the interesting thing about the local Punjabi community is most of them can read and most of them can listen and understand and speak Punjabi, but actually there's a high percentage of them that cannot read or write in Punjabi because Punjabi is such an oral language. And the other interesting thing about Punjabi is that it doesn't grow and evolve like the English dictionary, where we're adding different words, we're adding new words. Punjabi actually doesn't grow and evolve like that. So there's a lot of new words that actually the local community decided to just adapt in English. So even if you click onto the site and especially the navigation video, you'll see that a lot of the functional terminologies actually stayed in English. So that's some of the cultural guidance that we received from our advisors. And so some of the additional things that Taranam and her group had provided was she proofread the script from Mosaic and she revised it to be more oral, because so it reads more like everyday language for the community to understand. And like I said, as you know, because the course content is presented in 3 different modalities, video, audio, and text, and Punjabi being such an oral language, so we had cultural guidance questions for Taranam, such as, hey, do you think the text transcript is still valuable for the community because most people cannot read or write in Punjabi? And she said, yes, it still provides value. So we kept it in there, but we decided to do the version that was translated from Mosaic, which is more written, rather than the narrated version, which is more oral. And the other thing is, the quizzes. So the modules, at the end of the module, most of them have a short quiz for them to pass a certain percentage in order to move on, because at the end of the training, they get a certificate that they can bring to court to complete the separation process. So for the quizzes, that's very important for the learners to pass. That one was actually originally in Punjabi, but then Taranam told us, please to keep it bilingual. And that's again, because Punjabi is such an oral language, a lot of people don't necessarily read or write fluently in Punjabi but if we offer it in a bilingual setting, it's less overwhelming and they're able to understand it. And some of the other barriers that we faced was the Dennis, our e-learning technologies manager and the web developer for the site. He tried to push the LearnDash and the WordPress pages to as much Punjabi as possible in the backend, but some of the English functional buttons that help learners navigate between the modules and lessons, it was not possible. So, but Terranum said it was okay again because some of the functional languages can remain English. It was okay. So at the end of the day, what we have, the Punjabi Pass course, is quite a tailored course that's for the local Punjabi Canadian community. And additional technical challenges that we faced in working in a different language was copy and pasting function. Actually, would a straight copy and paste miss a lot of punctuations and accents in Punjabi that only a native Punjabi person would notice. So there was a lot of proofreading during the process. And for the video component, Punjabi narration actually on average reads about 20% slower than you would in English. So our videographer at the time had to locate a lot more B-roll. The B-roll are visual overlays on top of the narration. So that was one of the challenges as well in this conversion. And also the functioning buttons remain in English and the quizzes. So I just wanted to quickly show you kind of the bilingual sections that we chose for the Punjabi course. So for example, this is the landing course to the Punjabi course. And as you can see, so the button where a new learner to enroll in this course, so there's actually a tiny quotation mark here that identifies the functional button. And so this part it remained in English. And okay, so let me just go into also maybe a quiz. So in a lesson, same, so it was important that for them to complete a lesson, to mark complete, to press the mark complete button, that remained in bilingual. And in the quizzes, it is actually entirely bilingual, even the feedback. So yeah, so that was interesting. All right. So then I would just wanted to go over some of the technology that we used. So Mel mentioned already, obviously WordPress side, the courses structured using LearnDash and the knowledge checkers in H5P. So the Punjabi text display worked well in WordPress and LearnDash, as long as we figure out the punctuation. Some of the punctuation was more problematic in the graphics. And so Dennis, again, he pushed the text display in LearnDash and WordPress as much as he could, but the functional buttons were in English. And but interestingly, H5P worked remarkably well in multilingual settings, where in H5P itself, the functional buttons was convertible to Punjabi. So I just wanted to show you a quick example here in one of the H5P knowledge checkers. So for example, this is one of the topic lessons where the learners, they digest the course content and they go into a tiny activity that helps them reflect maybe on their parenting plan or so on and so forth. And they have some reflection questions. So this is a document tool in H5P. And as you can see, it is all in Punjabi. And so they're supposed to input some responses and then they can generate a document they can bring to the counselor and so on and so forth. And they can download and print. So as you can see, even the functional buttons work quite well in Punjabi within H5P. All right, so we're coming to the end of our presentation. So in our slide, again, we just want to share again these two resources to the site. Like what Mel said, you are welcome to go through the course content as long as you register for with a valid email address. And also at the bottom, it has under contact us. It features our team blog, amazing members on our team, and please do feel free to email us if you have any questions. All right. All right, this concludes our presentation and we're happy to take any question.
Do we have any audience questions? Anything at all? No? All right, let's give our presenters a big warm round of thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Enjoy your
Shirley.
lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure to use chat, social media, our online attendees Slack channel to, again, thank our presenters, as well as ask any follow-up questions you think of later. Again, make sure to do the feedback. You can find that feedback form on the website for this session. Don't forget that all the sessions are recorded and will be entered into our learning library shortly after the conference is over. And then next up, I believe we have lunch. So if you give our volunteers just a few minutes, they'll be lining up along the hallway to hand out those vouchers to you. And then the lunch again is all the way down at the end of the hall. And we'll see you back after lunch.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Our 1:30 session is about to begin, but I'll let people filter in. I'm Tim. I'm the room host here. I'm a little short and I have to stay behind this lectern. So if I'm a disembodied voice, that's fine. We're honored to have Susan Blair presenting providing homegrown accessibility training without reinventing the wheel. Before we get started, just a few reminders. First, be ever mindful of our code of conduct. If we have time at the end of the session, there will be a Q&A with the microphone stanchion right in front of the stage here. So be sure to take note of any question you might have. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you in the door prize. And lastly, a big thank you to all our sponsors, where you can learn more about them on the page and the tables in the lobby to check out all their services. With all that said, let's get started and bring in our honored presenter, Susan Blair.
Good.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to my session. I hope that you have been learning from the earlier sessions that we had this morning, and I hope that you are enjoying networking and meeting new people here at. Okay. And I hope that you're enjoying networking and connecting with new people here at the conference. Let's dive in and learn about how I created a homegrown accessibility training for content managers without reinventing the wheel.
Oops. Sorry about that.
This is where my slide deck is. If you want to look at it after the conference, because I have links in there and nuggets that you may want to take back to your respective campuses. Before we begin, since this is a hybrid conference, I wish to do an alt text of myself. I am a female with brown hair, with blonde highlight. I'm wearing glasses, and I have on a navy blue dress with white polka dot, and I have on a navy blue cardigan with the logo of the department that I work for at the University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture. So a little bit about me. I have been with the University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture, or UTIA, as a web development specialist for almost 6 years. I am the subject matter expert on the agriculture campus for accessibility. I am also a student working towards my bachelor's degree in internet and web technology with a minor in mobile software development, with plans to hopefully graduate May 2024. When not working or studying, I enjoy spending time with my kids, watching my favorite 14 play, watching my guilty pleasure on TV, traveling, reading, crafting, listening to music. The reason why I'm so passionate about accessibility because I have a disability myself at the deaf post, and I have bilateral cochlear implant that I've had for 4 years now. I want to guide you on how accessibility training can be created, rolled out, and maintained. During this presentation, I hope that I can show you that you can tackle what may seem like a very daunting task. We will discuss the task, the problem that we're trying to solve, the steps taken during the process, my lessons learned, what's next for 2023 and UTIA's accessibility training, and lastly, I will share my resources with you. So a little bit about the University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture. The University of Tennessee Knoxville was founded in 1794 and received the land grant designation in 1869 as one of only 2 land grant institutions in the state of Tennessee. UTIA is comprised of the Herbert College of Agriculture, UT Ag Research, the College of Veterinary Medicine, UT Gardens, which are the state botanical gardens with 3 locations in Tennessee, as well as UT Extension. We have Extension County offices in all 95 counties in Tennessee, 3 regional extension offices, and 3 4-H centers. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because we have well over 200 websites, which equal to a lot of content managers. This is the clip from the movie Apollo 13 where Tom Hanks at Jim Lovell saying, "Houston, we have a problem." Early last year, I was tasked to create and roll out accessibility training to our content managers, which number is well over 500. The first step was to lay out what the training would be like. The questions below were ones that came up during the early days of planning and mapping out the training. The first one, who would take the training? Well, that's the easy question to answer, our content managers. The second one, would training be required? The answer to the question would be, it's a resounding yes. Third question, would the training be one time or annual? Since the University of Tennessee compliance and security human trainings are done on an annual basis, it makes sense to make the accessibility training an annual training. Number 4, would there be quiz or quizzes on the training? I decided to prevent someone from just speeding through the training, not watching the videos, not taking in accessibility, that I would create, the content manager would have to take a quiz of 2 or 3 questions at the end of each session, and they had to score 100% on the quizzes. I felt like accessibility is, it's such an important thing for content managers to learn and grasp, and that's why I set the bar high where they had to score 100% on the quizzes. Number 5, how is the training going to be delivered? That's a question I'm going to answer later, so stay tuned. Number 6, will there be penalties for not taking the required training? Since this training is new, currently there are no penalties for not taking the training. However, this may change in the future. Currently, our annual security human training, when that training was launched, there was no penalties. Now, if you do not take the security training, your net ID permissions are revoked on the with the computer. Lastly, would training be given for the course? The annual accessibility training give content managers 1 credit hour toward their professional development. We're asked to do 32 hours worth of professional development a year, and this goes towards that professional development. So what's the problem to solve? UTIA has a decentralized content management system across Tennessee, and as I stated before, with well over 500 content managers, whose primary job responsibility is not web design. And they are often admin assistants, faculty members, extension agents, or even student workers. In March 2020, our first WordPress sites that were migrated from SharePoint went live, right before the pandemic, no less. At that time, content managers had to complete Quick Start WordPress training provided by our department or through the Extension Regional IT trainers. Once the Quick Start WordPress training was completed, then the content managers had access to their respective WordPress sites. The ITS team also had advanced WordPress training that covers certain topics in depth. At that time, when we went to WordPress, it was not required. We just made the change to where you have to take the Quick Start, accessibility, and advanced training in order to even have access to a WordPress site. Additionally, I wanted to be able to do this on a low or no budget. Sure, there's vendors out there that institutions can tap into to provide accessibility training to their content manager, but that comes at a cost. Granted, this whole process took time, but there's a satisfaction that comes from having seen this process through from the very beginning. So how do we train everyone? How do we ensure that over 500 content managers complete the training? This is a GIF of a dog figuring out how to cross a bridge with a very long stick in his mouth. Now we will look at the steps taken to create the solution. the accessibility training. My second task was to look and see what was readily already available, since I knew I didn't want to recreate the wheel. And remember, I wanted to do this without having to tap into our department's budget. For my accessibility work with UTIA, I knew that LinkedIn Learning was a great source of videos on accessibility from subject matter experts. The University of Tennessee has a contract with LinkedIn Learning, which allows us to take any training in the library for free. I kept YouTube in my back pocket initially because I wasn't sure if I would find anything authoritative. Remember the question of how I was going to deliver the training. The bottom two icons became how the training is delivered. Kate, in the lower left-hand corner, is University of Tennessee's learning management system that is for faculty and staff to take training on various subjects as well as the required training such as the secure for human and compliance trainings. Canvas is utilized for our student workers for their training as well as their classes. But bringing Canvas into the process came much later. The next step was to sort the materials and videos needed for the training. We always tell our content managers to link to the authoritative source. Now, if you want to have an academic calendar on your website, link to University of Tennessee's academic calendar. Don't recreate the content on your website. So I took that advice that we give our content managers to heart, and I searched for videos from subject matter experts on accessibility, such as Derek Featherstone and Joe Dolson. I struggled to find a good authoritative source video on the why regarding accessibility until the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights launched a video series on YouTube last summer. This video series literally came just in the nick of time, about 2 months before I sent the training package off to be uploaded into Kate. One thing to think about if you create an accessibility training, does your department or campus have accessibility or web governance policies? This would be very good content to put in your training. So they're aware of the policies, they're aware of the why that the policy created. Part of this process had me updating the 2 policies that we have on the agriculture campus about accessibility, which honestly had not been updated since 2017. This will be the only section of the training that you will have to create. Doesn't have to be a long slide deck. Mine is about 10 slides hitting the highlights of the policy. After pulling together a list of videos that I was considering for the training, I decided to solicit feedback from a very small group of people that are knee-deep in the trenches of accessibility on the agriculture campus. My team was kept abreast of the whole process during our weekly team meetings. I recruited a person from the UTIA Marketing and Communications Department that does a lot of the website content, as well as a couple of our Extension Regional IT trainers, so that they are kept abreast of the pending training. I created a Qualtrics survey and shared the link with this small group and asked the following questions. If the video, the Qualtrics survey had linked to the video that I wanted them to watch. And I asked, is the video relevant to accessibility? Do you recommend this video to be included in the annual accessibility training? And I asked them to provide any feedback that they thought was relevant toward the video. Once I got the feedback back from the small group, I was able to weed out a couple of the videos that the small group did not think would be good for the training. In designing the first annual accessibility training, I wanted to provide a general overview of accessibility and why it was so important to our campus. I also wanted to have eye-opening content on assistive technologies used to view websites. I have several people reach out to me after completing the training, saying that it was such an eye-opener seeing the assistive technology video, especially the screen reader video. And these are the videos that I had in my training for 2022. After setting the videos for the training, then it came time to create the question for the quizzes in the training. I wanted to ensure that content managers were watching the videos and not skimming the videos. The questions for the quizzes came from little known content in the video and were created in such a way that the content managers had to watch the video to know the answer. I set the minimum grade of the quizzes to 100% before the content manager could move on. Since accessibility is an important topic, I felt that this was important. This setting up the training was where the bulk of the time was spent. Over the course of several months, I worked with the department, the extension department that manages Kate to get the training uploaded and created using Articulate 360, made tweaks. I had my team look over the training and actually go through the training, make sure there wasn't anything missing or any incorrect questions or answers before the training went live. The accessibility training was scheduled to start after the assisting compliance and security training, and it ran from November 1st through December 23rd, 2022, which was our last day on campus before the holiday break. While the training was being uploaded to Kate, I was able to get our system admin to pull the list of content managers that have access to the website, and we exported into an Excel spreadsheet. This list was also sent to the Kate team where they could assign access to the training to the content managers. And I also used this list to keep track of who had done the training and who had not. Once the training was ready to be launched, I crafted emails that would go out to 3 different groups. The first was to the 3 extension regional IT trainers. They dispersed their this email to their content managers within their regions. We also have an email list that had all the deans, directors, and department heads on the agriculture campus. And the reason for the email to them was to let them know, if you have content managers in your department, they will be required to take this training. And lastly, I created an email that went to the content managers themselves to let them know about the upcoming training and where to access it. All these emails were sent out about a week before the official launch of the training. On the day of the training, the Kate team sent out an automatic email from this system letting the content managers know that the training had been assigned to them. This slide had the verbiage of email that was sent to the content managers, letting them know that they would be assigned the accessibility training, the time frame for the completion of the training, and how to access the training once it was assigned. During the training, I used 2 different Excel spreadsheets to track completions. The first Excel spreadsheet kept track of who had completed the training, which gave me a completion count. The second Excel spreadsheet housed the email addresses of all the content managers. And when someone took the training, I would delete the email address. And when I sent my reminder emails, I would just copy and paste the email and put them in Outlook. Unfortunately, this was a tedious process for me. But each time I sent a reminder email to someone, I always sent a flurry of people to complete the training so they wouldn't get any more of my pesky emails. I sent the emails about every 2 weeks, except for the last week of the training period, because it was the week before Christmas. A lot of people take extra time off around Christmas. So the last email reminder went out the Monday before the deadline. Also during the training, I worked with the CAPE team to troubleshoot any issues that came up with the training. After taking a well-deserved break for the holidays, I sat at my desk to record the last few stragglers that had taken the training over the holiday break, and I calculated the completion rate. I have been tracking all along during the training period what the completion rate was. So before I locked off my computer for the holiday break, the completion rate was at 90%. So imagine my shock when I came back and recorded the last few stragglers that the completion rate was 95% for the first year. So what are my lessons learned? There were plenty of them. The person that worked with me on the CAPE team was the new person that was doing this. So we had a lot of growing pains for this training. The biggest lesson that we learned was using the LinkedIn learning videos in CAPE creating some issues. A handful of content managers will click on the link to open the LinkedIn learning video. The problem was the video was part of a larger LinkedIn learning course. So they will keep going on and watching the other videos in that course and not going back to CAPE. So the way we solved that, we put wording in the CAPE part of the training that they should need to watch this particular video and then return to CAPE to resume their training. Some people were upset that they learned they had to do more training. I found, and then once I caught on, the wording would change. In 2023, our team moved the Quick Start and Advanced WordPress training from in-person before the pandemic and Zoom after the pandemic to CAPE for self-guided training. And in that process, we discovered that our student workers could not access the training in CAPE because it was for faculty and staff. That sent a flurry of activity among my team to get the WordPress training as well as the accessibility training into Canvas for student workers. We don't have a lot of student workers, but we do have a few. I also learned that a different timeline would probably be better to launch future accessibility training. So content managers are not struggling to complete all their required training in the short amount of time that we have to do them. So for 2023, the annual accessibility training will run during September. Lastly, I discovered that I probably needed a better record keeping system. Our team created a master content managers list that tracks the content manager. It has the email address, it has what website they have access to, and also keep track of when they completed the quick start and advanced training, and also if and when they completed the 2022 annual accessibility training. So I will use this master list to record the 2023 annual accessibility training. I'm still working on a better way to keep up with the email list, but for now, it will have to be a little tedious. So now that it's 2023, what's next for accessibility training? We worked, as I mentioned, with the student workers. We worked with the same team that helped us get the training in CAPE to add the training in Canvas for our student workers. I also created a general accessibility training that rolled out last month for those who are not content managers, but want to understand why accessibility is important for UTIA. The general accessibility training would aim mainly at department heads, deans and directors that are not, they don't work with the content on the website, but I wanted them to be able to understand why accessibility is important. Unlike the annual accessibility training, it's just a general overview with no quizzes, but has resources for those who want to learn more. The general accessibility training is not assigned, but it's available in CAPE for people to self-assign the training to themselves. We utilize the weekly Monday notes from the Senior Vice Chancellor, Senior Vice President's office to announce the new training to all of UTIA. Lastly, I have been hard at work creating the 2023 version of the annual accessibility training. The first part of the 2023 training is the same as before, the general overview of accessibility. I am using the same first 4 videos from the 2022 training, just to remind content managers of the importance of accessibility. The second part of the training is new and it's based off of what I'm saying in the report from Ally for website, which our department purchased in 2022. For 2023, content managers will learn more about alt text, color contrast, headings, specifically empty headings or skipped headings, captions for videos, and writing text other than click here or read more for links and buttons. Here are the links of where I pull the video from for the accessibility trainings. The Office of Civil Rights series is on the webpage that is linked here, but they are embedded open caption YouTube videos. I know what you're thinking. Man, this is daunting and such a huge mountain to climb, but you've got this. Even better if you have the support of your supervisor, leadership, and your team. This is the iconic University of Tennessee women's basketball coach, Pat Summer, and it's one of my favorite quotes from her. Left foot, right foot, breathe, repeat. Hopefully this presentation with the steps that I have taken and my lessons learned has shown you that it can be done. Here's my contact information. I love networking with others and answering questions that y'all may have. We are all in this together. Thank you so much for attending my presentation. Please provide feedback. I love learning on how to improve on my presentation, especially since I'm kind of new at this. And I'm opening up for questions.
Thank you, Susan, for that wonderful presentation. If anyone in the audience has any questions, you can use the microphone stanchion right there. In the meantime, we had 2 questions come through online that I will try to read while in my phone. The first question is, have you thought about automating the tracking process instead of using spreadsheets to track who had completed training?
I have thought about it. I have not taken the time to do it because I'm busy and doing everything. But that is a thought that I have been bouncing around in my head on how to automate it in the future.
Other question. Do you have any way to measure whether content is now more accessible than it was before the training started?
Sorry, I'm waiting for the captions to show up on the screen. As of right now, no, because we are still in the process of rolling out Ally for website to our content managers. We just completed a small pilot group test of how we will roll out Ally for website because we're going to roll it out to all of our content managers. So it will probably be next year before I can see if there's any improvement from this year to next year after the accessibility training.
Thank you. That just about wraps up the session. Again, let's give a big thank you to Susan for that wonderful presentation. For folks in the peanut gallery, please take a minute to submit your constructive session feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. The link for the feedback is on the event webpage. Please use the 2023 attendee Slack channel to thank the amazing presenters. You can also use that channel to continue any conversation or post any follow-up questions. This session was recorded and will be posted to the WPCampus Learning Library in the near future. Please enjoy your break. Be back at this room with WordPress user roles revisited and the guitar ballroom just through those doors. We'll have the development of a no-code theme for teaching full site editing to beginning WordPress students at about 2:15. So, thank you. Hello. Welcome to the 2:30 session in the Graham Lecture Hall at WPCampus 2023. I am your room host, Tim Gillis. Sorry, I'm short, so hello there. Just a disembodied voice hanging out in the corner. We're honored to have Steve Ryan here presenting on WordPress user roles revisited. Before we get started, just a few reminders. Please be ever mindful of our code of conduct. As we have time at the end of the session, we will have a Q&A, so be sure to take notes of any questions you may have. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. And lastly, a big thank you to all of our sponsors. So be sure to visit the sponsors page on the website and the tables in the lobby to check out their services. All right. With that said, let's get started and bring in our honored presenter and resident ASU superfan, Steve Ryan.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. In case I don't get a chance to say it after I'm done, thank you for being here. Thank you for agreeing to nerd out with me about some user roles. This is definitely not the most engaging thing that we could be talking about today. There's lots of other fun things that are happening in WordPress land. But as I very quickly realized, this sort of sits in the middle of it. I was expecting this to be like, all right, I'm going to talk for about 10 minutes, and then I'm going to try to figure out how to fill in the last 40 minutes of whatever it was that I'm talking about. And then I realized that there's a lot to say. There's a lot of stuff that is sort of happening in this space that we could talk about. So I'm excited to kind of dig in. But I got to click some buttons here. So here, hang on. So I'm going to hit the resume share button. And that should put things up there. You can see me over here, and I can see my notes, and we're good. Okay. Okay. So the title of my, it's so weird not being able to see all of you guys. All right. I've got most of you guys in my vision now. All right. This is user roles revisited. The intent of the session today was to go through and revisit a presentation that I did several years ago about user roles. That's a very clever title, I know. Introductions for me. I am a senior WordPress developer. I work for Arizona State University, hence the gold. I specifically, I joined ASU Engineering in 2016. I work on a marketing and communications team. I am a developer army of one, doing WordPress development for ASU Engineering specifically. Most of the campus at ASU does not use WordPress as their content management system of choice. So as other people are zigging, we tend to zag and kind of do our own thing, which is great and terrifying all at once. That is my day-to-day life. This is where I learned to do WordPress before I put on gold shirts and started talking about nerdy things like user roles. I worked as a 911 dispatcher for the Phoenix Fire Department, Regional Dispatch Center. This is not the back of me because the back of my head does not look that clean when I shave it. But this is the typical working environment for what a 911 dispatcher would see. All 6 monitors of it and all kinds of other information coming through there too. The story is that when I was working night shift, I needed something to keep me awake, and I started looking at WordPress functionality, learning how to code, teaching myself some of the basics of it, and then kind of got better and better at it, and then made a transition from here to life at the university. The Ira Fulton Schools of Engineering, that's where I work. It's the largest, most comprehensive engineering program in the United States. We have about 30,000 students in fall of 2022, 25 undergraduate programs, 48 graduate programs. To put that in perspective, all of ASU was 110,000 undergraduate students and 30 graduate students. ASU Engineering is about somewhere between 20 and 25% of the university. So again, army of one, doing as little as possible to make sure that I keep all of these things up and running. Yeah, so we're going to nerd out. We're going to talk about some user roles. Thank you for being here to listen to me talk about that. We're going to talk about some recent developments, maybe a little bit in this space. We're going to maybe air some dirty secrets about user roles that we're going to kind of dig into a little bit. Trust exercise coming, just stick with me. We're going to define kind of what we're talking about, maybe what some of the user roles can solve for. I have some conclusions I'm going to put up there on really big text on the screen, and we're going to talk about maybe what's happening in the future. So, all right. So the first thing is, what is new with user roles within the last several releases of WordPress? The answer to that is nothing. There hasn't been a whole lot of stuff that's happened in this space. This is a picture of an actual place in Arizona called Nothing, Arizona, which is amazing that it's still on the calendar, but that is an actual billboard that's there. Not my picture, but I have been there before. No, user roles haven't changed much since WordPress 2.0. But there's been a few things that are important enough to note here to kind of dig into the presentation. But no, most of what we are talking about is relics of WordPress past that have continued to kind of move forward with us as WordPress has changed and adapt. So, and honestly, that's kind of part of the fun of the whole thing. To do some like WordPress 101 remediation kind of stuff. These are the default user roles. And so you're going to hear me talk about them. I wanted to at least spend 35 seconds like putting the names on the thing. Admin, these are from the most permissive to the least permissive: admin, editor, author, contributor, subscriber. Those are the basic 5 that come with the core of WordPress. Also included in our conversation, we'll talk about super admins, which is a unique user role for WordPress multi-sites, and also possible is to just not have a role, which is something that we should also talk about here. So 5 come out of the box, 6 if you install multi-site, and then 7 if you just obliterate people's roles for no reason at all. All right, so here's the trust exercise part. Are we ready to do something we probably haven't done since elementary school? I want you guys to go ahead and close your eyes for a second. Just go ahead and everybody close your eyes. And I want you to answer this question honestly, just with a show of hands. So just like, again, pretend that we're in a safe space here, right? Okay. When you register new WordPress users in whatever sites that you are building at the time, do you generally assign them the administrator role or anything else? So by a show of hands, just go and put up your hands if you're brave enough to admit that most of your users in your WordPress roles are administrators. Okay, and so eyes closed, you guys can lower your hands. All right, I want you all to know that that was actually really amazing. Like 100% of you raised your hands a second ago. No, it was more like a 50-50 split. It wasn't quite that bad, but we were definitely in that boat. My hand was totally raised with y'all. I am 100% guilty of that. And I'm going to show you how guilty, because I don't mind airing dirty laundry on the stream. So for my presentation here, we had the ability to actually run a report on 200 of our individual sites that were in a collection of sites being managed by one host. So I was able to pull a whole bunch of individual multi-site or individual single site installations, bring them all together, get a report going. That resulted in about 1,300 unique combinations of user and user role and site. So 1,300 is the base. And actually, when I ran this report the first time, it was more like 7,000, about 7,900. And we'll get into that here in a second. But from our collection of 200 individual sites and 1,300 combinations, we had 988 administrators, 209 editors, a few scatterings of authors and contributors. We had 67 subscribers with an asterisk behind it, which I'll talk about here in a moment. We had 88 with no role assigned, that was role obliteration. And then 30 were assigned some other randomly named thing that I couldn't figure out how it got there or what it was, which is really interesting because I should be the only one doing that, but apparently I was not. So I'm a nerd like that, so I did the percentages too, in case you really wanted to do the math. That means 75% of the people that we had on each site were administrators, and an additional 15% were editors, and then everybody else sort of fell into one of those other 2 buckets. Okay, so I wanted to know what y'all were doing in January 23rd of 2017. Anybody remember that specific date? If you guys raise your hand and say, hey, I was at WordPress Online or WPCampus Online in 2017. That's the date that I last broached this subject with y'all as one of the very first things that I did in public speaking realm inside of WordPress. And so you guys are now blessed with the actual screenshots of the slides that I shared in 2017. So you're welcome. And this is the problem that I thought that I spoke the entire time, all 35 minutes on this particular problem, and I missed 95% of what we should have actually been talking about at that time. So again, remediation. But these are the user capabilities that are assigned to the default roles when you get WordPress out of the box. And this is a table that I made that mirrors something that's also in the core code base, the WordPress documentation. But you can see it's a nice sort of even distribution between, you know, a gradual inclination between contributor and admin and super admin is pretty much the same thing. Okay, so now what happens if you switch this over to pages? You see like nothing there in those first two columns, right? That's that to me at the time, that was a revelation. I don't know if that was a revelation to anybody else, but that spoke volumes to me about some stuff that we should probably be talking about. Contributors and authors out of the box, they cannot touch pages. They don't have anything to do with them. If you have, so yeah, what did that say? So the tactical advice for me in 2017 to deal with that particular problem, it was, I was set out to try to address it, to try to figure out how to work around that. And my proposed solution at the time consisted of the following actions. I said, go ahead and remove all of the author and contributor roles. Just get rid of them because, you know, you don't need them if there's nothing attached to them, right? Replace all of those two roles with 3 additional roles called page author, page editor, and page contributor, and go ahead and map the missing page, the missing page capabilities back to that new user role. I then said, go ahead and copy and paste some additional code from someplace randomly on the internet that allows you to switch the UI from WordPress user role from the drop down to like a bunch of check marks, so you could very quickly identify which ones you needed to assign to different people. And then because you were assigning this work to individual people, you had to go back and actually assign an individual author to all 300 and something pages in your individual site. And heaven forbid you're missing individual, you know, times however many sites you have. And then if the pages should have more than one owner, there was an additional plugin you had to enable and make that happen too. So now you have to figure out how many authors are assigned to each individual page in order for each individual person to be able to access the individual things that they should be individually touching. And then you had to communicate all of that out to the individual users that were affected by this change. I'm gonna pause there for a second, and I want a show of hands who thought that I was totally 100% successful in that strategy for going ahead and trying to roll that out. Does anybody think that that's the right way? No, that's totally not the right way to go. No, but there's more. Because in particular, I also wrapped that idea, that whole idea of implementing all of the individual changes with a complete renaming of every role in the default WordPress world. And because I'm a nerd, I chose Star Trek as my metaphor for that. So administrators became captains, contributors became ensigns, and there were about 7 different roles in between. And I kid you not, that code still is out there in public archive form at that address. If you want a really big laugh, it is amazing. It is awesome. It is exactly that. Totally cringeworthy. Probably like one of the most embarrassing things that I probably have ever tried in my professional career. And I've been on the phone with some pretty embarrassing situations in my previous life. So that was a moment that I'd rather not have, but also a funny moment to talk about and to tell you what not to do. So tactical advice from 2017 is totally throw it out. So this is better tactical advice from me now. Don't do anything that I just said. Just obliterate that thought from your mind. It's totally gone. That is probably not the right way forward. It can work. Like in theory, doing all of those things where you rebuild user roles based on existing capabilities of touching pages, but not posts, and then trying to map out every page to a person and then trying to like do all that work, that it's theoretically possible. And then my 2017
brain did not understand the term scale. Like that was not a consideration for what I'd been talking about at the time. I just thought, hey, cool, I can do all of this stuff in code and I'm going to try and make it work. And that was not a good thing. So I hereby submit my public apology about that entire presentation from 2017 to you all who are fortunate enough to be nerding out with me in this lecture hall today in 2023. But we still have work to do. So that's not like the end of the topic. We still have a lot of ground to cover. And there's good things that we can still talk about that are coming from this particular space. So please hear me out. We still got some stuff to do. Okay. I'll get some water because I talk a lot and that's the thing. So, all right, here we go. So in my journey to become a WordPress developer, I didn't become a WordPress enthusiast until about WordPress 3.0. That was where I sort of got the bug bitten. I heard somebody talk about in a local WordPress campus about WordCamp about WordPress multi-site and about BuddyPress, both of which were brand new in WordPress 3.0 land. So I got really pumped up. I was like, yes, this is so cool. And I'm going to get into it and I'm going to learn from the ground up and it's going to be great. And that's really how that whole conversation got started for me. But even in WordPress 3.0 until now, we are still talking about the same user roles. The same stuff existed when I got started and how and where it is now. It kind of made me, when I was thinking about this presentation before, kind of made me wonder, like, what the vision of what a WordPress site was in the realm of WordPress 2.0 before I kind of entered into the scene, and how much it has changed between that point and now. Like, and I know even from living through WordPress changes in the past and living through different parts of the remarketing of WordPress, that the emphasis really did change. Like there was a big push in our community to position WordPress as a full content management solution, not just a blog, not just good for your own thoughts, but an actual like repositioning of the product to be capable of dealing with content of all kinds. Does everybody remember like having to have those conversations with people and try to justify whether or not WordPress is the right thing? Yeah, got some hands out there too. I was fortunate enough not to be a WordPress professional, so I never had those conversations, but I was ready for it, man. I was ready to go. And I still have to have those conversations because we're not all WordPress at ASU. So it's good ammunition to have. But anyway, our market share, WordPress market share over the whole internet increased from 13% in 2011 to 43% in 2019. And with WordPress filling multiple purposes, it makes the big conclusion number one statement that's up on the board there, is that the way that we do WordPress is not the same as it was in 2007 when all of these things were written, right? I think that the default user roles in WordPress need to adapt. They need to adapt to what the most common use case for WordPress is today. Now, I'm not saying that WordPress users don't have use cases in which the primary mode of putting content onto the page is a post rather than a page, which is the crux of this argument. But what I'm saying is that I do think that there is room for those of us that are using WordPress in the newfangled newfangled content management system as kind of a way to really reshape and rethink what user roles can be for us and to use them better. The evidence was up on the screen before, and in my initial presentation, it's still the same thing now. Like the two roles that we're talking about, author and contributor, they are kind of irrelevant if the basic amount, if the primary content type in your website is a page. Does that make sense? I'm getting a lot of head nods. Yeah. Okay, good. I like feedback, so I'm talking to you all. I'm not going to duck down here. All right. So conclusion number two, and these kind of came very randomly. Conclusion number two is that I went back and revisited my talk in 2017, and I completely forgot to talk about the whole thing about editors and admins. So if I had given myself the kind of path to take those numbers that I did before and understand that I could solve the problem of contributors and authors and do that work in my plugin with Star Trek user roles attached to it and do that whole work, it still would have left me in the same spot of I still need to make everybody administrators, or I would have needed to make everybody a captain, I suppose, but you can only have one captain on a ship. So everybody gets an admin role. I completely forgot to talk about the like sort of the crux of the conversation, which is the difference between an editor and an admin and why there should be one. And I want to talk about that now, but I wanted to recognize again, didn't talk about it in 2017. If you were following my advice, sorry. All right. So should a normal user be able to do any of these things that are up on the board? And I'm going to give you guys a minute to look up there and sort of digest the stuff that's there. There are some tricky, well, I don't know, maybe kind of conversations to have about some of these things. And I did it with some intent. These are all doors. They're all gates that we leave open when we assign a user to administrator role. And I mean, obviously with the numbers that I put up there is general practice, 75% of the users on across all of our, our site networks or whatever, had these gates completely wide open. They had the keys to them. They could do whatever they wanted to do. As a general practice, that's probably not a great idea. Like there's a bunch of these things on here that if I knew that users would do this, I would probably pull out my hair, go stalk some people and have a really good sit down conversation. As a matter of fact, I would probably make them rewatch a recording of this scenario right here that I'm talking to you about, just so that they understood that I was very passionate about the subject and they shouldn't do the things I'm asking them to do. So yeah, like I don't think a regular user, regular in quotation marks, right, should be able to change the theme. If you reset the permalink settings, people are gonna know right away, right? You should definitely not click the button that discourages search engines. And then there's some, change the site title, that's bad, right? But there are some gray areas that are interesting to think about on this page, right? Should a normal user be able to add a new user to the site? And I can think of a bunch of circumstances where I don't want to have to do that across my collection of 400 and whatever sites I have now. Should a person be able to access the site editor if you're doing full site editing, block editing kind of stuff? Should you be able to add an iframe onto a page? That was a really interesting one, and that speaks to a very specific capability that is a multi-site problem. Does anybody have that problem? Yeah, it doesn't. Head nods. That's good. So we're going to dig into a little bit of the details and try to figure out like what this actually means and kind of get to a place where we can draw a conclusion or two, I hope. But these are things to keep in the back of my mind that there's a lot of gray in this particular space right now. So according to the WordPress Developers Guide, WordPress adheres to the principle of least privileges. This is the most security-oriented statement I could find within the developer guide, and it was written for developers. It adheres to the principle of least privileges, which is the practice of giving a user only the privileges that are essential for performing the desired work. You should follow this lead whenever possible. I'm totally breaking that with almost everything that we do right at the moment. I hope to fix that in the future. And looking outside of WordPress core, a white paper on the subject of WordPress security offered this particular statement, which made me scratch my head too. For most regular users, the contributor role is sufficient. For team leaders and hands-on managers, the editor role is advised, but you should restrict the super admin and administrator roles to experienced, responsible users who really need them. So that made me cringe when I read it, especially that first statement. Is anybody else feeling like their knees buckle a little bit? Yeah, thank you. Who here like regularly assigns we don't maybe need to make everybody an admin, but I don't really think the opposite of that is true. Like I do think that people that you're going to add to your site need to be more than contributors in most cases, right? So where's the middle ground? Like that's really where I wanted to dive into. There, like we know what feels good, right? We know based on general instinct as web professionals that admins for everybody is probably a really bad practice. I could probably have gotten a panel full of people up here on the tables to tell you that, but I don't think that we need a panel full of people to tell us that that's just generally not a good idea. And it's because of all of those open gates that we talked about before, as well as a bunch of other ones that are not on there. That were not on the slide a second ago. But let's take this statement here and flip it around on its head a little bit and see if we can dive into the problem and at least in a little bit more detail. So just rewording that into something that is now a working conclusion, which we'll talk through a little bit. We have administrator roles are reserved for, I substituted the word trusted users who really need them. Experienced and responsible are a little bit more subjective, but I like the word trusted because it just means that I know who you are and I trust you to be able to do the thing that you're doing, and it's fine. The middle sentence there, for team leaders and hands-on managers, I just substituted experienced users and then I left the role blank. So for experienced users, we need a role. We don't really know what it is yet. And then for regular users, we also need another role that may be sufficient for what they're about to do. So right away, after we flip this thing around and we kind of dissect the language, so by trade, I'm not an engineer. I am a literature person. So this got me back to like diagramming sentences. This was really fun for me. Again, I'm a nerd, sorry. But once we got into the sentence fill in the blank kind of a thing, you can see kind of where we're getting at, that we have a situation where we've cast aside the editor, we've cast aside the contributor. We've cast aside the contributor, we've cast aside the author. We now have, and we don't want admin. So there's got to be something in the middle between those two things that allows you to get at what we need to do that will fill all of these capabilities, right? All right, so this is the thing that I should have talked about in 2017 that I didn't. And this is what I would probably say drives the practice the most of assigning people to the admin role specifically. And this is, again, based on WordPress development practices that are kind of becoming not a thing anymore with full site editing, but are mostly still out there in the world. The capability in question here is edit theme options. Edit theme options is a capability that is given to admins, but not editors. There's a key difference between those two roles. As a matter of fact, edit theme options comes up a lot in code examples of thing to test for, to see if a person is an admin versus an editor. Like that is a capability that you can test for that. There are other ones that actually maybe do a better job of like understanding the difference between an admin and an editor. There's one called manage options that does a really good job of like giving you permission to manage all the options in WordPress. But this sort of designation, this capability allows you access specifically to the widgets, the menus, the customizer, and the header. And this is generally only given to people with an admin access. So I don't know about you, but I personally don't want to be responsible for change requests coming into my desk to change like the navigation on a site. Like that, I don't want to do that. Yeah, so like, I got two hands raised over in the corner there. That's totally true, right? I want people to be able to use WordPress responsibly. I want to be able to teach them how to do it. I don't need to babysit which menu items are there. And menus are used for things other than the primary navigation, which is, you can do secondary navigation and it controls all kinds of other stuff. So in addition, we've pushed all kinds of options into the customizer that totally become inaccessible if you don't have this capability because it's just turned off and it's gone. So I would call this the crux of the editor versus admin problem right at the moment. Solving this one thing, like it's a really simple, stupid little change. It's like 3 lines of code that be able to include this into the new role, into the editor role. But it'll solve a lot of the problems. It'll go a really long way, I think, in actually getting it done. I put this capability up here too to illustrate one of those gray areas. We talked a little while ago about the user creation aspect of the difference between an admin and an editor. The two capabilities that are inside of core WordPress that actually deal with this particular problem are promote users and create users. Again, super nerdy. I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting into the weeds a little bit. I'm not seeing a lot of Z's, so I'm glad you guys are still awake. Appreciate it. Promote users and create users. So this is an exciting new change in the WordPress world. This actually happened in 2016 as opposed to 2007 when all of the rest of the things were authored. So relatively new, but still, what, 6 years old, 7 years old? Promote users has been a capability since 4.4, and it was separated, I think, from create users as a capability. Promote users specifically allows the admin to show the little thing that just says change user role to something other than something, right? The UI would be gone to be able to change a person's user role if this capability would not added there. There is also a little, it's like a asterisk of a note, and you really got to go looking for it. But if you go to the actual create users entry in the developer specs, or in the develop.wordpress.org, you get that note on the very bottom of the screen that just says, without other capabilities, generated users will have default new user role settings in settings general. So when you put those two things together, you now have the indication that a person could make a new user, but also not be given the ability to change that user to something else other than what you tell them to change it to. That is probably the one reason, well, first of all, I think it's probably the driving reason behind the separation of those two capabilities, but that sort of unlocks the possibility that you can allow a person to make a new user that is not an admin, which is the primary reason why I think that that is typically restricted to only admins. When we think about it, we don't want like an editor or somebody that is sort of less trusted than an admin to be able to make a new user and then automatically promote that user to something above themselves. That's like a giant security hole, right? This is the WordPress way to solve that problem, but it's not very well it's not very well documented anyplace. And to make matters worse, they separated the two things, but they didn't implement it in core. Promote users and create users are still both assigned to the admin role, and neither are assigned to the editor role. So we have the capability to do that work. If you reassign some roles to the editor role, you can now have editors that can make users, but not necessarily like promote that user, which is the whole thing we're trying to solve. The bottom of that sentence gives me another little piece of heartache though. Generated users are going to have default new user roles set in settings general. So in settings general, how many people have something other than contributor as the role that you are automatically assigning people, right? Like, so is it more than contributor? Are you guys doing this work? Awesome. That's great. Yeah, assign nothing. You can create the user and have nothing. Yeah. This to me is it is the WordPress workaround for something that is also really hard. Like, in order for you to make this work out of the box, you would have to assign promote users to an editor, but also change settings general to the default role of any new user on your site as editor, which is really hard to do, right? Because how many plugins do you like? How many things in the WordPress world, not necessarily plugins, but how many different systems do you know that would just allow you to, and with good reason, make new users on your site? Like if you're subscribing to something, if you have a commerce site that's making new users, there's 1,000 different reasons for WordPress to create new users on your site to keep track of. And if you alter that setting, then you're automatically making all of them editors, which is terrifying, right? I would say that it is a bad practice for plugin developers to rely on this particular setting of any new user just gets this role when they're making new users on their own behalf. Hopefully plugin developers are just, instead of saying just use the default, whatever's there, it'll be fine, they're actually making a conscious choice to say no, like all new roles should be subscribers, or in Dash's case, all new roles should be nobody, nothing at all. And so I know I haven't tried it. I really am gonna try it soon, I think, to see if this actually works, because I really do want to get out of the space of making new users and trying to understand who they are. I would rather give that control to the site owner themselves and just relieve some administrative burden on my part. So, but again, something fun to sort of talk about. We spent like a lot of time there. This is my conclusion from those two statements above. The edit theme options role should definitely belong to the editor. Editors should get that too. Like if I had to make a choice in WordPress core right now, do that. There's almost no negative consequence that I can see. I will also add the unwritten asterisk to this. If you want to deal with that user creation part, you can also just remember to add the create users capability to editors as well. But under no circumstances should you give promote users to editors. That doesn't belong there. Make sense? Thumbs up. Good. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go back to our working conclusion number 4, because we sort of filled in a little bit of gaps with that really big detour there. We have administrator roles are reserved for trusted users who need all of the things. Experienced users, editor role is pretty much advised out of the box. It's gonna work. You kind of need to do some tweaking to it is what I'm getting at in order for it to work for all circumstances. And for regular users, the something is still sufficient. We still have yet to solve that particular problem. So let's dig in there. Let's dig in there. All right, so digging into that particular problem of the regular user bit unravels a huge conversation, which I thought was maybe 2 sentences long up until 5:00 p.m. yesterday. And then I heard, is Nick Diego in the room? I've heard so many conversations that begin with, until I saw Nick Diego's presentation yesterday, I thought, well, I mean, how many people have said that today, right? I said it like this 5 times, right? He is here. I'm so glad that he is here to drop knowledge on this entire community and to continue doing that. I was not present in the WordPress governance breakout session, but I did also hear things that are relevant to this particular topic coming from that realm too. So this is the reason that most of my slides changed 2 or 3 hours before I got up here to talk to you today. So hopefully I'm not confusing anybody. This is still what I wanted to talk about. So I'm gonna get back to this because that was a big diversion. For regular users, the blank role is sufficient, right? And that begs the question, what exactly is it we're solving for? Like, we know the difference between an admin and an editor. Like, an admin is like all of the things, you need all of them. And an editor is like, you need most of the things except for the things that if you touched it, it would blow up the site. Like, don't click the disable SEO button like that, don't do that. Don't change your permalink settings. So those are really easy things to sort of, get rid of for people that don't really know what they're doing. But there's that next thing down that like speaks to a regular user, an inexperienced user, an occasional user, like it's problems that need to be settled and unraveled, and they're messy and they're hard and they're people, and that's always hard, right? I kind of seen this particular work kind of break down in 2 different plateaus of conversations, but again, these are really deep, but I just had 1 slide, so I went for it. So if you're trying to solve the problem of like content types should, like you have a specific kind of content or a specific bucket of content that not everybody should be able to access, touch, or edit. You have to solve for that problem with a user role of some kind. Or do you, right? Like you can duplicate the editor role and sort of assign it to maybe a custom post type that simplifies the bucket of content you're trying to restrict, and put all of the things in there. Like I've heard the like policy manuals, like if you're doing that online in real text, and you only want a handful of people to be able to edit those things, that would be one way to do it. Stick it in a custom post type, assign some user roles to that custom post type, and you're restricted and you're good. In a really arranging conversation on the topic in WPCampus Slack, I also heard the topic of subsites as content buckets approached, which is, I think, something that I've seen done. In matter of fact, another person at ASU is managing a big multi-site installation specifically for that purpose. The multi-site is, 15, 16 different sites. It's not huge. It's not like several hundred sites. It's 15 or 16 sites that when configured correctly, look and act like one site. And you do that by switching and doing some fancy switch to blog stuff to make sure that the navigation on your main site is present across all the sites. And you got to do a bunch of work to do all of that. But in order to get there, you have to do a lot of work. So you can use multi-site tools to be able to restrict that way, and you don't really have to mess with the user roles at all. Pages require approval. Like if the other thing you're trying to solve for is that pages require approval to be published or edited, you pretty much can use the default permissions to do that. To just make sure that you have the capabilities assigned to the right roles. You can totally enable the Star Trek user role. It'll get you where you need to go if you are very daring. So this is the end of the conclusions. For most regular users, like if you're not attempting to solve either one of those problems, so you don't have content restricted problems, and you don't really have anything that requires a specific like workflow approval to happen, you can pretty much just keep everybody also editors and get to where you need to go. I had recommended earlier that you could actually delete all of the other roles besides admin and editor, except for one. Don't delete the the subscriber role. I would maybe recommend changing it to known user. Like subscriber speaks to a process again of WordPress where a subscriber would be an active user in your user account and they would get notified of the things that change in your blog, which is pretty much not at all what people are doing with users in the WordPress at this point again. So change that to known user, but it still leaves space for people to add users as they need to, that have to have things change when they're logged in, like display their name or different content or different colors or whatever, right? Okay. This is where I thought that I would stop my presentation as of 5 p.m. yesterday. Ta-da. And then, oh my goodness, Nick Diego. So everybody say, OMG, Nick Diego. All right. So that's not all. That's just the beginning. There's more. In Nick's presentation on the full site editing capabilities and things, he dropped a bunch of code into a repository. The last 2 steps of that code repository added, like shed a whole bunch of light for me on these 2 things, which I really wanted to bring to your attention because it's really relevant to WordPress user stuff. Block editor settings, it's a filter that allows you to get into individual settings in the block editor that allow you to basically turn on or turn off individual UI controls in that environment on a per user basis. I'll say that again, even though I got a person waving me down because I've talked too much. So this particular thing is definitely worth checking out. Block editor settings -all. It is a filter that allows you to turn on and turn off individual settings in the block editor environment based on a user role or a user capability that you map to it. The code is in Nick Diego's repository. Go look at it. It is super awesome. And the capabilities that are in this filter, the actual settings, there's like 100 of them. He was not joking. It's crazy. And then reusable blocks. This is actually happening in core. We don't have to mess with it. It's going to happen in August in WordPress 6.3. We're going to get user roles that actually help deal with this problem of reusable block creation, deletion, usability, that kind of stuff. That's actually happening sometime soon too. So it's something that's actually changing in user roles since 4.4, since the earliest other place. So the block editor and the site editor are the new frontier of user capabilities. And if you're going to do some work, this is probably where you're going to want to spend a lot of time looking at until these get formalized and put into core. That is, and this is hard. Like, I don't know if y'all got it. It's hard work to actually do this. And it's totally okay not to get it right 100% of the time. This is something that's like an ongoing conversation that I think that we should have as a community, and an ongoing thing that you should be having with your users and in your campus to be able to do all that. So that's my presentation. This is my daughter. Thank you guys for listening to me nerd out for a little bit. If I didn't run over the time for questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Steve, for that wonderful presentation. We sincerely appreciate your willingness to share that very exciting, not dry or nerdy knowledge with our community. We have about a minute or so left in the session, although we're back up with a snack break. So if we go over a little bit, that's probably okay. If the audience has any questions they want to ask, they can use the microphone. I don't believe there were any online questions, or otherwise you can find Steve in the lobby area, I assume, and just sort of ask him there.
Right up here.
Yeah. That's he's holding office hours. Yeah. Otherwise, that wraps up the session. So thanks again, Steve. For folks here, please use the chat, social media, and especially our 2023 attendees Slack channel to thank our amazing presenters. You can also continue the conversation to post any follow-up questions that you may have. Please take a minute to submit your constructive session feedback, which enters you for a door prize and more importantly helps our presenters. The link for the feedback is located on the event webpage. This session was recorded and will be posted to the WPCampus Learning Library in the near future. So go enjoy the snack break. We'll be back in this room at 4 o'clock for I'd buy that for $1, building enterprise WordPress on a shoestring budget. Well, the Cutter Ballroom will have a college case study, WordPress portfolio creation by undergraduate digital media majors. Thanks. Hello. Welcome to the 4 p.m. session at the Cram Lecture Hall at WPCampus 2023. I'm your room host, Tim Gellis. We are honored to have Mark Oppenheer presenting on I'd Buy That for $1, Building Enterprise WordPress on a Shoestring Budget. Before we get started, just a few reminders. Please be ever mindful of our code of conduct. If we have time at the end of the session, we will have a Q&A in case there are any questions you might have. You can come up and use the microphone in front of the lecture hall. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which enters you for a door prize, but also helps our presenters. And finally, a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Please be sure to visit the sponsors page on the website and check out their tables for their services. All right, with all that said, let's get started and bring in our honored presenter, Mark.
Drinking the water like this, it's not nerves. I'm okay, but it kind of makes me actually think Trump, you know, like with the two hands thing. I get it now, right? I'm a two-hander. All right. Oh yeah. So if you want the slides, if you want to follow along, QR code. We'll leave it up there for 2 seconds and go. All right. So I'm a storyteller. My slides are pretty much all like this. There's actually no value to them. But if you want to follow along, there is a nice QR code for that. So Mark Oppenheer, I'm the Director of Web Systems at Excelsior University. I've been using WordPress since 2007-ish, somewhere around version 2. And I am a co-organizer for the upstate New York WordPress group, WP518. And I was recently given the honor of becoming an H5P ambassador. So I'll talk a little bit about H5P during this. If you don't know about it, I will love to talk your ear off about H5P. Real advocate for it. So I have several useful degrees, a master's in communication and rhetoric, a master's in mythology and oral tradition, and a bachelor's in English education. So I work in IT. Them is Excelsior University. Just last year, they became Excelsior University. They were Excelsior College before that. So you'll hear me saying Excelsior College. I'm actually getting it historically right. But just so you know, that's the situation. They were born in 1971, as was I. That's kind of cool. And they're all online. Everything they do. We do not have a campus. We have an office park. I guess if you wanted to come, you could hang out at the picnic table by the parking lot, but it's just not a traditional school. So about 15,000 plus students. It's not for profit, public, very small, good stuff. All right. The us is me and my team, Josh, 2 of us. 2 web developers for an online university. If it sounds ridiculous, it is. It's totally ridiculous. And I'll get to that in a bit. So together we see oversee the public website, the portals for students, faculty, staff, advisors, the online writing lab, online reading comprehension lab, marketing microsites, repositories for learning objects like H5P that get placed into courses. So as a 2-person team, we kind of do a lot. And it's because WordPress is our superpower. We don't actually want to like advertise how easy it is to do stuff in WordPress. So like, yeah, boss, it's going to take me at least 2 weeks. Oh wait, this is being recorded. No, I'm so lying. That's a terrible lie that I just said out loud. So I'm here to tell a story, not the story of that haircut, however. Yes, that's me circa 1990. Yes. But the story I've come to tell you is one of drama, of that tension between creative idealism and risk-averse conservatism, the friction between departments. There's a lot of drama when that happens. And politics, vice presidents galore. Love me a good VP. Questions of governance, who gets to make what decisions, how, who has what authority, and how one comment, 4 words from the college president can change everything. Also, some obstacles. You win some, you lose some. The obstacles, very challenging. You'll see there's some dark days. It was hard to keep good morale going. But by working together, you'll see that collaboration plays a huge part in this presentation. We built a cross-functional team that worked very well, even though we were faced with a lot of these obstacles. You'll see, it's a decade story. It's like a dynastic epic, right? Spanning decades. Yeah, so let me set the stage. 2012, I was hired as the web content management systems administrator. It couldn't fit on the business card. Have any of you used Oracle Portal before? Oh, good. What about LifeRay? No way. You are fibbing. It only has like 0.01% of the market share. I just made that up, but it's seriously, nobody knows it, but he does. Awesome. And I'm just curious, has anybody used the Excelsior online writing lab before? The OWL? Anybody? All of their hands are up, boss. So the Oracle Portal contract was roughly $80,000 a year. The LifeRay CMS was $115,000, and we had to sign up for 3-year chunks, so $345,000 for 3 years. I can math. And then the bespoke OWL. Kind of interesting, we had a $639,000 grant, of which $250,000 was spent on a bespoke Cake PHP content management system. They didn't know about WordPress, so you can kind of forgive them. But I tell you what, I have it out for that contractor who charged $250,000 for a Cake PHP content management system. That's just fraud right there. So I spent the first year learning the ropes, getting to know the culture, getting to know the departments, getting to know the systems that we had and how they integrate. And those systems that I showed you there are the ones that I sort of walked into. That was my sphere of existence. And immediately I hated Oracle Portal and I hated LifeRay. But I was stopped by the AVP. This is the first VP, by the way. AVP of Communications, Bill, real nice guy. And he said, hey, I'd like a WordPress blog. Well, the content management systems we were using, they're not WordPress. They're not even PHP. I went to my boss and asked him, hey, can we do a WordPress blog for the news? He said, no, we don't even have a PHP server. All of our stuff was on-prem. So I was kvetching with Al. That's not AI, by the way, that's Al. Sorry to disappoint. You may want to go to the other session. No. But I felt like I was forced to drink the Kool-Aid. And so I was kvetching with Al, who was at that point, he was the senior web server administrator. And so I want to do WordPress. I know the magic of WordPress. I'd like to bring it here. He goes, why don't you? I was told we can't. He says, man, we're moving everything to the cloud. I'll spin that up. And he started using words that were unfamiliar to me, like Docker and containers. And I still don't actually understand them. But that was the news page. For the first year I was with Excelsior, it really didn't change. And you'll notice when I was hired in 2012, it goes all the way back to 2011, and I got hired in June. So that's like a news item that's a year old, and it's only one of 5. So the ask from the AVP was a good ask. They really did need it. So not joking, that was an awful page. And so we did it. We propped up a WordPress blog and made it pretty, and we were off to the races. Right about that time, 2010 to 2013, WordPress exploded. We got what? Version 3 came out, custom post types. We got multi-site networks. We got contextual help in the admin screens, new media manager, an admin bar, thumbnails for your images. It's so hard to remember that there was a time where you didn't have all the stuff that we have now. So that kind of explosion was fantastic. Right about that time, Elliott Condon released ACF Pro, Advanced Custom Field Pro. If you are unfamiliar with it, I would also talk your ear off about that, because the combination with custom post types and ACF Pro, that's when we started to win the arm wrestling match with Drupal. We became Drupal-y so that we could create all sorts of things out of what Drupal would call nodes. I did a 6-month Drupal deployment before I got hired at Excelsior. Not a fan. So we asked the question, can we do more? And there was a little bit of resistance. And up the food chain, I wanted to do more with it. And they said, I actually remember one of the VPs said, isn't WordPress like that quaint blogging platform? Quaint. Oh yeah. Boy, they're working on old news. I have to remind myself always that if you're not in the WordPress bubble, you don't know, and you can't hold that against them and say, you're ignorant. So lesson number 1, find an advocate. Find yourself a VP. Yep. And so I had Bill, and Bill was able to talk to folks at the cabinet level and let them know, no, this is the wave of the future. There are institutions out there who are doing much more with WordPress. And so finding that advocate was one of those steps that helped us get toward enterprise. So Oracle Portal, $80,000 a year. I'm pretty sure it was made on that machine in 1950. I wanted a proof of concept because my plan was I want to replace the public website with WordPress. I want to replace the world with WordPress. I got a little manic about it. Set my sights on the Oracle Portal. Now it was end of contract. It was radioactive. Nobody wanted to touch it because everyone hated it. It was so hated that nobody used it. And so you would get hired, go to the intranet as part of your onboarding, and you would see a bunch of information that had not been updated in like 5 years. So this was ripe for change and end of contract. So I joined the Leadership Academy at Excelsior. It's about a 12-week program. You get assigned a mentor, you do some readings, you do some discussions, and you do a project. So I have to do a project. I went to my boss. You know that Oracle Portal thing? What if my project was to replace it with WordPress? It's free and there's no risk. How about it, boss? Got the green light. So we did it. And the inclusiveness button that was the rule of, that's what we started to do with everything. Include people, include their voices, include their perspectives. And so doing an intranet, we talked with everybody. What do you want? Dream out loud, dream big. Let's make this thing what it should be. And, oh, by the way, that's Oracle Portal. You really can't see from the slide how awful it is. I wish it was like, I don't know, on fire with horns or something, but it was really awful. I gave a real fancy presentation in jewel tones because nice. And I gave that to the college. I knew I was going to hit something up here. And then they asked me, well, when would you be able to do this? This is not something I recommend, and there's no slide that says it, so you can't prove I did. But I just built it. I didn't do a prototype. I didn't do comps. Didn't use Adobe, whatever it is. No, I built the damn thing because that's how easy it is to do it in WordPress. So when they said, how long? I said, I don't know, let me get back to my desk. Huh? Love that stuff. Yeah, WordPress. And so we built, it's just a standard blog. It had a calendar. It had stuff that Oracle Portal really wasn't good at. And we did. We pitched that thing live and voila, killed an $80,000 a year contract in a matter of minutes. Lesson number 2, reframe the question. Because if you go to your boss and say, hey, I want to move everybody's cheese doing something new with a technology that's unfamiliar and will make people nervous about security. How about it? You have to reframe the question. As part of my Leadership Academy experience, I'm required to do a project. And if I do it well, I'll be able to demonstrate risk mitigation. Oh, boom, mic drop. You say that to a VP, what do you need? All right. So reframe the question, make it something that makes sense to the folks who are making, upriver decisions. I wanted to find another example. So we had the news blog front facing, and we had the intranet staff facing. I wanted a big showpiece for that was not a blog, that was an actual site that would demonstrate the awesomeness that is WordPress. So I had heard that we had a former board member who gave a large chunk of money to have her father's name put on a brand new veterans center. Keeping in mind, we're all online. There's no brick center. There's no nice door with a sign. It's a website. So I reached out to Judy at that time, veterans coordinator, and said, hey, you want to make something cool? She said, sure. So we did. We made the Veterans Center, and it's really cool. I'm a veteran, so I actually was able to understand it and make it understandable for the people who might be using it. And I tell you what, post 9/11 benefits for veterans, absolutely incomprehensible. You need to be taught about it, and they don't teach you as you're getting out of the army. So it was fantastic. You have to teach up, all right? You have to let the people hire know the answers to those questions about security. Isn't it like Swiss cheese? No, it's not. We have a security and infrastructure team. They're the experts hired to do that job, and they do it well. We have hardened our WordPress. We have passed every pen test for the last 11 years I've been working there. So no Swiss cheese. The place, of course, everybody knows if you've been using WordPress, plugins is where it becomes vulnerable. And so I review the plugins constantly. If I can, I'll rewrite the functionality myself and cut away a lot of the fat that we don't need. This Veterans Center was fantastic because it opened the floodgates. We had everybody asking, the Center for Game and Simulation-Based Learning, can we have a website? National Cybersecurity Institute, which I felt was a terrible thing to do as an online college, because it's like, hey, hackers, come here. But they were all asking for sites. And let me just do a quick recap. Hired in 2012 and got a news blog 2013. Got an intranet in 2014, also did the Veterans Center. And the what about us kind of thing, it was really good because we started to ramp up production. We started spinning up sites for all the people who asked. And then it became 2015, and they hired a consultant. I did consultant work before Excelsior. I still hate them, all right? Because they came in at some high level in the echelon and made the decision to move the web team from under me to marketing. I was the director of the web team. Perhaps you should consult with me. I'm still bitter if it's not clear. And I get it. You got to put them somewhere. Is it going to be in marketing? Is it going to be in communications? Is it going to be in IT? Maybe creative services? What about a media service? You have to put it somewhere, and I get that. But they broke the web team because my boss said, you're not going to marketing. You're a technologist. You're here in IT. So the web team was broken. I didn't know what to do. Quite frankly, I literally did not know what to do. I sat at my desk going, I don't have a web team. What am I supposed to do? So I applied to become the director of the online writing lab. I have that background in pedagogy, right? English education. I taught high school English for 10 years. So, and I am, really smart about technology and stuff. So I said, how about me? Got the job, sweet. And I spent 9 months with the most incredible crew replacing the online writing lab. I was hired as a fixer, quite frankly. I was hired to come in, and here's the Shaggy dog story. And I know everyone has one just like this. That $250,000 that they paid that contractor, that company to build out, the one guy, that single point of failure who did all of the work. I'm lying to you because I don't actually know, but I think he had like cancer or something like that, right? You couldn't just throw him a couple $100 and say, come back into the fold and help us out. We were getting deprecation notices. We couldn't push content live anymore. So stuff was wrong. MLA comes out with a new version every year. And sorry, we're kind of behind on our MLA version. It was terrible, except that it's a database. I was able to slurp it, put it right into WordPress, and we started to build this amazing thing. Now, it was built with 300 Flash components, interactive Flash thing. Yeah, you're laughing now, but man, right? So what we started to use was H5P. I would like to think that we were bleeding edge at that time because it was only 2 years old. And we did over 300 activities for not only the writing lab, but the reading comprehension lab. And for a while, I think Jubel was using us as one of their showcase sites that, hey, look, these guys are doing big stuff with it. And we did it all. It is a true OER. We arm wrestled with legal to make sure that it was the Creative Commons 4.0 attribution. It's yours, take it. Do with it what you wish. Repackage it, sell it. Awesome, just give us attribution. It's very hard to get that kind of stuff from a college who says, why would we make free stuff and give it out to the world? That's a tough one. That's a presentation for another day. Oh, here's the thing. 9 months it took, right? September 26, 2016. Now I remember that date because it was my mama's birthday. And it's the day that I got fired. And it was the day after we launched the brand new Owl. Oh, I know, right? Sympathy. Oh, that's terrible. I was not alone, by the way. The whole institution felt like they were going to hell in a handbasket. They fired 50 of 500 people. You take off 10% of any organization. Wow, that's harsh, right? And so I was invited into a room. They're like, you're fired. Here's your severance package. Or they led with the severance package. I do have to say that. Or you want to go back to IT? Oh, let me think about that. Yes, of course I do. Now, here's the thing. There was a little ray of sunshine because when I was down in the online writing lab, I had suggested a guy, one of my dream team guys, as a replacement for me up in IT. Josh, fantastic, compassionate, good listener, street cred with WP, right? He was really the guy. And they hired him and I was so stoked. And when I went back to IT, they put me with him. Oh man, ray of sunshine. So we called ourselves the Web Systems team because we were digital engagement services, which sounds suspiciously like marketing. So Web Systems, it has the word systems in it. That's IT. It's not going to marketing. Things were looking up, he put with a question mark. That's when the president said his 4 words. He's at a college-wide meeting, and he says, marketing owns the web. Now, what he was meaning contextually is, we need to refresh our website. We need to make it fast and beautiful and awesome so we can increase enrollments, and marketing's going to lead the charge for us. But what he said was marketing owns the web. We're an online university. What isn't the web? Is marketing now going to be doing the staff intranet? That seems ridiculous. What about the online writing lab? I don't know. What about that veterans center? What? It was so confusing. We were so frustrating. And to make matters worse, a VP of enrollment management signed another 3-year contract with LifeRay, even though I'd been on my knees going, please, God, let me do WordPress. Governance became a nightmare. Where do our teams start and stop, and how are we to make decisions together? Governance can be a challenge in the best of times. We were still cleaning up after the storm, right? So my boss recommended I use a RACI matrix. Has anybody used a RACI matrix? Couple folks. It's a responsibility matrix. And there are all sorts of different shapes and sizes. But the one that we used was identify who's responsible, identify who's accountable or who has authority, who should we consult and who should we inform. And the director in marketing, who is my peer, we sat down at a table and we're very, very upset because of all the stuff. We just felt like everything was pear-shaped. But we started to collaborate and started to realize that it's not about us. We're not fighting. We're solving a problem the institution made. And we need to do it together and we need to do it collaboratively. One example of that is routing changes. So we have a ticket system, we have a project system. Small stuff goes through the ticketing system. Any student who's putting a request in, actually any staff member, any faculty member, is going to say the web is broken. They don't know that it's a self-service app written in Java by our applications development team. They don't know that it's a WordPress site written in PHP. They don't know that it's a third-party vendor that we've styled to look like us so that the experience is unified. And that's awesome if they don't know that. We don't want them to know that, right? You don't want to feel like you're bouncing around from system to system. So the tickets that would come in would say web on them. And then I would send them where they needed to go. Oh, this one should go to security and infrastructure. This one should go to marketing. And because we had that racy matrix, we didn't have any questions anymore. We knew what to do, we knew who to contact, and we knew how to make decisions. Fantastic. Lesson number 3, check your ego. I'm so embarrassed to admit how long it took me to figure that out, because I really was. My morale was so low, it was like scraping on the bottom of wherever morale is located. And it took me too long. And I feel very bad about that. But it happens. And that's why lesson 3 is important. It's not about you. Even though they have re-signed the Life Ray contract, did I tell you this, that we used to call it Death Ray? Renewed that contract. But hey, that racy matrix helped us grow. It helped us do the right thing. And man, those purple circles up there, WordPress, yeah! It really started to happen. Site after site after site, we were cooking with Crisco. Except for that blue circle. That blue circle is LifeRay. It powers both our public website and the student and faculty portals in the logged in state. If you want to kill that puppy, you got to be really tricky in how you do it. So we already had those 3 multi-sites, by the way. One was sort of public facing, right? So it would be the Center for Military and Veteran Education. It would be the Jobs Board. It would be the magazine, the college magazine, the Kinzinger Institute for Nursing Excellence. And then there was sort of the academic side, and it had the Career Center Online Writing Lab, had my portfolio, which I built with WordPress so that students could have professional portfolios. It seems like the university, or excuse me, the college had embraced WordPress at that point, but this was going to be a nightmare. And it's going to be a nightmare for a couple of reasons. First, the things in our favor. We had 2 years, right? Because she'd signed that contract. We had some time at our disposal to plan and do the right thing. Collectively, we became the web team at that time. There was a dotted line, but nobody knows about the dotted line. They have a question for web team, they get all of us. It's fantastic how that works now. But 2017, man, look at the title of the slide. You know something bad is going to happen because I told you something good happened, right? There's a pattern going on here with this presentation. 2017, the VP of IT announced his retirement. We got an interim. We got a new boss. Oh, the VP of marketing did the same thing. Did I forget to mention that the president of the college also retired in 2017? So, exactly, what? All right. Who can do it? Who can give me the quote? Yes! Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. It's a Ghostbusters reference for those who don't know it. Shame on you. What are you supposed to do, right? Do you toss in the towel? Do you quit, find a new job, bury your head in the sand and hope some consultant doesn't kick you in the butt? And then I remembered Remember, I'm a veteran. I was in the Army. Captain Walter. You know, Captain Walter. He had this saying, and I love this saying. You got to put poop on the garden to make the pretty flowers grow. I'm sure you understand he didn't say poop, but the whole idea is we'd be slogging through mud. We'd have to fill 100 sandbags. We'd have to do all of this awful, awful stuff. He's like, yeah, man, you got to put poop on the garden to make the pretty flowers go. You're going to come out better. You're going to come out stronger. You're going to come out so far ahead of the people that are not being challenged like you are. Kind of a weird way to look at it. Another stop. Let's do a recap. 2015, we had 50 plus sites. I think it was actually fun. I don't think I'm making this up. I think we had reached just under 70 sites. In 2016, web team was disbanded. 2016, I got fired and hired and fired. It should be the other way around. And 2017 started using that RACI matrix. 2017 got a whole bunch of new bosses. And it was really up to us to find order in the chaos. It was up to us to collaborate because we had shifting and new leadership. In many ways, we were adrift. There wasn't clear leadership. They essentially said, figure it out, go work it out, work out your differences. So it was up to us to do that. We treated chaos as an opportunity because we had licked it before when they fired 50 people. We know chaos, we can do this. And we still have to lead from the bottom up. We're the experts. We are the ones hired to do this. You don't sign a 3-year contract without talking to the experts. Why was a VP in enrollment management signing an IT contract? I never actually got a good answer for that. Channel MacGyver. You're using free and open source. That's your paperclip. That's your chewing gum. That's your pocket comb, whatever the hell you used, right? That's what you get. You get all of that in WordPress. It can get you out of fixes, out of jams. Lesson number 4, make the ship you want to sail before you hire the captain. We had an opportunity before us, not, oh my gosh, we're adrift, we don't have leadership, but let's make ourselves into the team we want to be so that when the new leadership is hired, they know they've got a good thing and they're not going to mess it up. Now, clearly VPs can mess anything up if they wish to. I'm so busted when I get back to work. Oh gosh. But seriously though, we got the new leadership in. They said, "Wow, this is the web team, and it's got a dotted line around it, and it's cross-functional. And wow, you guys do this amazing stuff." And it worked. We made the ship we wanted to sail before we hired the captains. So the ERP saga is really, that's another conference, another presentation, another thing that we hated, Unit 4, Student Portal. Let me see if I can make it shrink down. We have a 35-year-old, back then it was 30-year-old, homegrown student information system. So we built this thing that does everything that's ever been asked of it. It's the Swiss Army knife of student information systems. And so the ERP was supposed to be that sort of off-the-shelf replacement for it. No more customization. It's all going to be configuration. Yeah. So they had a product called Student Portal. Now it's going to replace the self-service apps. You got to pay your bill. You got to register for courses. You got to those transactional things. It did not have community things like a calendar, a blog, a way to permission content based on portal groups. Because if you're not a veteran, why do you need to see a link to the Veteran Center? If you're not in the nursing program, or if you're not CP&E eligible, you shouldn't be seeing certain things. So that's kind of an important part of a student portal, and they just weren't going to answer for it. I went to the Office of Project Management and asked for project management. Good place to put that, in the Office of Project Management. And said, I'm going to need some help putting together a rather large scale project. We need to build the student portal that the actual Unit 4 student portal is not. Now, whether it sits side by side with them, I don't know. But we were heading to this point of disaster where they were going to turn the lights off on the old student, site and turn the lights on the new one. And you're not going to have half of what you need there. So with this knowledge in mind, We built our own student portal. Remember the blue circle, LifeRay, everything south of it. That was the stuff that we had to worry about when making the student portal, which is called My Excelsior, because we had to scrape all of that stuff out as part of that kill LifeRay scenario that I've been rooting for. And we had bizarre things too, like some of this content was actually content that shows up in the apps that application development made. Because why should an applications developer be making content updates? That should be in a content management system. Totally sensible, but damn, that was a whole project in itself. How do you get that content into a new system and still have it work? It was crazy. It was a whole bunch of work. I made a bunch of pretty, diagrams to show the bosses. Here's how we want to do it. Here's how we believe this could work. And we had less than a year left on the contract. So we still have time. We're good. I was told no by the Office of Project Management, like I said, because everybody is focused on the ERP. So I requisitioned somebody from marketing because, hey, web team, her name was Emily. She is smart. She is organized. She's a fantastic communicator. She's many of the things that I'm not. And so it was a perfect union as a partnership. Together, we did another tour. We went around the college and we talked to people and asked them to tell us, hey, advisors, what are the pain points that you experience every single day working with students? Let's address those. Let's have our new student platform fix these issues. And it was so fantastic because that ERP project was a real heartbreaker. But to be able to say, no, we're actually doing this. You want to move that? I just moved it. See how easy that it is? It's fantastic to be able to do that kind of stuff. So not only do you listen, but on those road shows, you communicate the value that you're bringing. And so lesson number 5, be inclusive and communicate value. And you have to understand that the communication of value is going to be different for different people. You know, security, there's going to be a portion of the people that want to hear about security. That's great, but that's not what everybody wants to think about. You know, use, is this going to be another death ray? Is it going to be another Oracle portal? What are you building? Another recap now, 2019. Hey, how am I doing on time? 3, 4, I'm doing great. 2017, leader shuffle. 2018, we began the migration of all of those private side, under the blue thing. And we also had to, because we only had 1 year left, we had to start the migration of the top part of the blue circle. Now, a lot of that stuff had already been scraped out and made into those 50 sites. So you're able to give them a more rich personality. The Veteran Center was not just a couple of pages in the website. It had its own distinct flavor. And that kind of stuff was important and was actually a way for us to chip away at all of that content on the public facing side. So by the time we got here, there were about 300 pages that needed to be migrated. Easy. I got a year to migrate 300 pages. I think I can do that. We built it. My Excelsior for Students. We were able to launch it. It's a WordPress site. It's part of our single sign-on environment. So a student comes there, they log in, bounces them back to our federated SSO, and I get a little packet of information, a little JSON packet. When they come back to the site and they get let in the door, I know their name, I know their student ID number, their email address, I know what programs they're in. I know if they're a veteran or not. I know if they're in the nursing undergraduate program. So it's fantastic because now I can make a portal that's unique for each student. Not only that, I can make some functionality that allows advisors to see the same student portal that the student is seeing. Because not all of the help that we give students is synchronous, right? It may be that you can't use Zoom all the time. You may be trying to solve a student's problem and you're going to talk to them tomorrow. So you're able to see what they see without having to Zoom with them. It was a pretty cool thing. And it's also mobile because every single VP out there wants an app. I have no idea why. It must be like a class in VP degree that ask for apps for everything. We should be able to buy it at the app store and put it on our phone. It's responsive. And I actually made a prototype of it. It's a progressive web app. Still not an app though. We did the staff site. We did the faculty site. We did the public website. So we really did do it. It took us 10 years. We are in a place right now where we're trying to be as smart as we can. Make perpetual improvements, iterate. There should never, ever be a time that marketing says, hey, let's do a big website redesign. There's just no reason for that. Because if you're doing it right, you're able to find problems and solve them as you go. You're able to make a theme that, yeah, you want to change the colors, go for it. We became a university, and our 2-person team was able to take every single property and turn it into a university property because we coded smartly, because we knew how to do those things. Snippets, like I had mentioned, we use code snippets too. Sometimes you can replace a plugin with a couple of lines of code in a code snippet. I do take security seriously with plugins, so constantly reviewing them. Using WordPress, I wrote a little program that queries some of the vulnerability databases, matches it against the plugins that we have, and will spit out an alert if one of our plugins has come up on a vulnerability database. So that's how serious we take it. And now we're poised for growth with, consistent brand narrative. Marketing does have a place in those places that I said marketing does not have a place, because brand narrative, the story that we're telling our students, that we're telling ourselves, it's important. Yeah. So, and we're poised for growth. I built that My Excelsior without using a WP query loop. It's all done with APIs and JavaScript. So we can go headless whenever we want to. You want to build it in React? Sweet. I already got you hooked up with the APIs. So we built it with future thought in mind. Lesson number 6, be patient. 10 years, like that's a fifth of my life, right? That I had to work to get this done. I became gray. This whole presentation was why it matters. It's free. We replaced expensive things. We saved money. We replaced things that they had spent a lot of money on that was broken. Our annual operating budget is $2,500. My team, my 2-person team, 2,000. We don't actually have our own budget. I'm a line item on somebody else's budget. How is that possible? Because we buy plugins with it. My boss used to laugh at me. He used to say, hey boss, I need $7 for a pro plugin. And he used to start laughing at me, pull out his wallet. Here you go. I'm like, no, I mean, can I use the credit card? It's for a $7 purchase. Yeah. Thank you so much. This is a big QR code, which is the same as the one that was at the beginning. It has my contact information, LinkedIn information, the presentation slides, cheese bread recipes. That's not a joke. You will actually find cheese bread recipes there. I'd buy that for $1. Do you have any questions? Oh, by the way, Steve gave me $1. So I'll be passing a hat, right? Thanks to the folks online as well. I don't think I looked at you once, but thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that wonderful presentation. We sincerely appreciate your willingness to share your knowledge and with the community. As we're about out of time, we don't have opportunity to come up and ask questions, but certainly there will be around. So if anyone has any questions. Also, please use the 2023 attendees Slack channel to both thank Mark, and if you have questions, you can ask them there and then continue the conversations therein. Please take a minute to submit your constructive session feedback, which helps the presenters and enters you for a door prize. The link for the feedback is located on the event webpage. The session was recorded and will be posted to the WPCampus Learning Library in the near future. Please join the break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for accessibility tools in higher education, a panel discussion, whereas the Cutter Ballroom will have the destination full site editing, all the steps the university took to prepare the future of WordPress.
Thank you.
Does marketing still also matter?
We have about
Hello, welcome to the 5 p.m. and final session for the day in the Cram Lecture Hall at WPCampus 2023. I'm your room host, Tim Gellis. In front of me, we are honored to have an amazing panel of experts to discuss accessibility tools in higher education. Before we begin, just a few reminders. Please be mindful of our code of conduct. If we have time at the end of the session, we'll have a Q&A, so take note of any questions you may have. After the session, we encourage you to submit your constructive feedback, which helps our presenters and enters you for a door prize. A big thank you to all our sponsors. So be sure to visit the sponsors page and tables to check out their services. With that said, I really want to play Duck, Duck, Go, but I won't. Let's get started and bring on our esteemed panel.
Thanks very much for being here. Wow, it's so bad to mic me. We'll just hold it way out like this. My name is Robin Smale. I am a digital UX specialist, strategist. I work for Cornell SC Johnson College of Business, and I am the moderator for this incredible session. I am very excited to be here. We're going to let everybody introduce themselves because they're rock stars. So, go.
Hello, I'm Blake Bertuccelli Booth. I run a agency called Decubing, and I've also been developing an open source accessibility platform called the Qualify. The idea behind the Qualify is we want to be like a WordPress for accessibility, which basically means that it's totally open, totally free. People can take it and use it as they want, but more importantly, and most importantly, it's extensible. So we have already built in these kind of plugins and integrations that you can quickly build your own custom dashboards the way you would build a custom WordPress site. And to pay for all of this and to really keep this sustainable, I've joined with Decubing to build out services to kind of run accessibility as a service. So people can run different accessibility scans in the same way they would ping like ChatGPT or any kind of API service. So those two things, Decubing, which is doing accessibility as a service, and Equalify, which is really focused on open source accessibility, are my two beloveds, and hopefully helping make content more accessible on the internet.
Thanks. How about you, Gavin?
Hi, I'm Gavin Colburn from Little Forest. We work with universities for accessibility. Our main aim is to really make as many websites accessible in whatever means, and coming up with all sorts of great ideas, working with some wonderful institutions. So yeah, I'm looking forward to learning more here today as well.
And I am Amber Hines. I'm the CEO of a company called Equalize Digital. We are a certified B Corp that specializes in WordPress accessibility. We have a plugin for WordPress websites that is a scanning tool to find accessibility problems. And then we also do auditing and provide accessibility services as well.
Fabulous. And last but definitely not least, John, how'd you like to introduce yourself?
Certainly not the smallest. So I'm John Jameson. I'm at Princeton University. I'm a digital accessibility developer. I'm the dad. They say I'm in charge of dad jokes. I'm the lead maintainer for the editorially checker. So this comes out of us, like I think many of you, being in sort of an onion layer institution where we have a little teeny accessibility group, and then we have maybe 300 people with web in their job description that we can reasonably kind of chase around and train. And then ballpark 3,000 who are editing websites and don't consider the web part of their role. So I'll get to more later, but basically the whole initiative that ended in editorially was trying to create something for these people that would be more like a spell checker than an accessibility checker. Very focused, very basic, very automated, let's say. So, hi.
I love this. We have an array, a wide assortment actually, of accessibility tools here. And I think that's perfect. Let's talk about these tools. Are these tools that are good for content creators or less technical users? Or are they more targeted at developers?
I guess I'll go first. I think it sort of depends on the tool that you choose. There are definitely, so our plugin, you know, our goal with it is for it not to only be for developers, but I fully recognize, and like, this is something I think we're continuing to iterate and work on, is that it can be overwhelming for a non-technical user. It can, we do a full scan of the entire page. We don't just scan the content area. So it can flag things in the header or footer that a content editor might not be able to fix. It shows code snippets. We recently released a front end view, but still sometimes, you know, they see code and that can be overwhelming. So I think it depends a little on the tool. I know, John, you might have thoughts on this as well, because you've been focusing on that. I don't know if I'm supposed to look there or there. I know.
Either works. Yeah. So I think what I say is the average user I'm targeting is someone who's been handed a PDF of a department calendar and been told to put it on their website. And I think these people generate the majority of the content out there, and they don't consider accessibility part of their job description at all. They might be caring people. They might want their content to be accessible, but they don't want to come to a training. They don't, you know, they don't want to add something extra to their schedule. And we know from experience, if there's a button, they're not going to click it. You know, they're just sort of banner blindness. They're going to put the content in, hit save, move on. So yeah, so what we have here is something that we don't see as our only or primary tool. We see this as paired. So we have an enterprise tool that's aimed at the power users, one of these big crawlers. And then this runs everywhere and is exclusive. I mean, as Amber was saying, like I cut it down to something like 36 tests, and that's it. And if you look at Axe, there's like 120. So this is exclusively essentially mistakes you can make in a content editor. And then just like very simple tips, very short. I never try to use WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, never try to use any industry terms, which doesn't mean this isn't useful for the power users. I mean, this will flag me when I forget alt text, or, you know, it's helpful, just like spell check's helpful for everyone. But I sort of see a lot of the industry tools kind of being like the AP style guide, or Strunk's manual of style. Like, these are for the proofreaders or for people that are, you know, inclined in this area, technically inclined, not necessarily like developers. I mean, you know, a lot of these are very accessible to people that are consider the site their own and have a sense of ownership, but they're for someone that wants to explore in that way. And I just want to just pop something up that just sort of says, hey, you know, maybe you want to fix this thing here in this way, because for people like this, that's really important for this reason. And then get out of the way. And be less annoying. Like the power tools we use, you want to be staring at them. If I'm going to throw a pop-up on screen in front of someone, I can't annoy them, or they will disable the tool. So yeah, so my focus is very much all the way off one end of the spectrum. So good times.
But we need that, right? We need to be able to hit everybody across the spectrum, those people who understand accessibility in depth, and as well as those who others' duties as assigned, and they just need help with that. They're not the experts. They just know they need to put something up on the web, and we try and corral them and contain them and help them make things accessible.
Mm-hmm. I think our reporting is very much the other side of John.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely referring to WCAG and, you know, all the guideline numberings, and is very much aimed at someone who is really more technical and aiming to understand exactly where the site's complying and where it needs to comply. So yeah, you really need both depending on your persona that you're going after. Ours is not going to be so helpful for a basic editor like John's aiming.
And I think the main focus that we're looking at is on scale of site management. So we're hoping to really work with folks that have hundreds of thousands of pages and giant scaled sites, and do have a technical background, but have the ability to make the tool what they want. And then we can work with the Johns of the world who are working with the end user to build the custom sites or the custom dashboard for the end user. But what I saw was that the key metric that we go after is WCAG compliance on a AA standard. And I'm laser focused on this metric. And I'm seeing over 90% of the internet is not compliant with this metric. And what we have decided is, in order to make big movements towards compliance, we need to focus on big sites. So for instance, like the VA has over 250,000 pages. And if we can really cater to it and help to build around that, we are working with more of a refined user that has these expertise, or able to really conquer huge subsets where we're doing percentages of the internet. And that's really our main focus.
Really, it sounds to me that part of the magic of this is really matching the user to the correct tool. Otherwise, they can get overwhelmed, or an experienced user can take a look at something that's very easy and say, you're not hitting what I need you to hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to probably have a variety of tools. I mean, the first thing is have a tool, because even though accessibility tools, I mean, everyone here in this panel will probably tell you, you can't only use an automated tool. You still have to do manual testing if you really want true usability, true accessibility. But automated tools, whether it does one page or it scans multiple pages at a time, can definitively speed up identifications of problems. And so if you don't have a tool, you got to find at least one, but probably across your campus, you might want to include 2 or maybe even 3 different tools, because you're going to have a variety of different users that benefit from different tools.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent point. One of the questions that we talked about was the fact of embedding tools, right? So the question here is really, are there pros or cons to including accessibility testing tools in the WordPress dashboard, right? As opposed to a SaaS or having reports that are offsite in another website. What are your thoughts on that?
So John and I are the ones that have tools that are in the dashboard.
Exactly.
I think it's really important to have something where people are creating content. The SaaS tools that are out there that scan and have reports other places are very useful, and there's a place for them, but they typically are what I consider retroactive remediation. They go out once a week, they scan, crawl the website, they identify already published public content, and they report on the problems with it. Then someone has to get that report and they have to go back and fix the problems. Wouldn't it be better if we alert users to issues as they're creating them? So I think that is the major pro, is it can reduce your remediation time, which can reduce your costs. It can be an educational tool. So maybe if they notice they're getting flagged for missing alt text every time, eventually they stop forgetting the alt text. It just becomes a habit, right? Or whatever the issue might be. But there are some cons. I know with ours, if the first time you put that on a website and you scan it, you've never done it before, it can show a lot of problems.
A little overwhelming, maybe.
Yeah. And so, like, that's something you have to figure out if you're rolling out these tools for the first time. Like, what is the communication that needs to be given to your content editors or to your community about what to expect when they start to see the tool in WordPress if they've never seen something like this in WordPress before?
Perfect. Sir?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I couldn't say that better. We have so we have an enterprise crawler. We're scanning about 1,000 sites. We have onboarded 100 users. I mean, we go very high touch with these users. We are selective of who we're reaching out to. and we onboard, train them, and then we have to keep track of them and remind them to log in. They forget, we're sort of assuming this is going to be a career of keeping track of these people. And whereas like editorially, the point of that is it's just running. So thousands of people are seeing that, and we just flipped it on. And I think you need both to have, essentially the audience are sort of, you need both. I will say the big advantage of the SaaS programs is that you're offloading some CPU intensive tasks. I really think it benefits things like broken link checking, batch spell checking. I love having someone else's computer doing that, not slowing down our web servers. So that's great. If it could be integrated into the site's dashboard, that would be amazing. I think the closer it is to the site itself, the more likely someone's going to use it, regardless of where it's processed.
Great. I'm actually going to deviate from the norm, and they're going to be so excited that I do this. Let's talk about institutions. If an institution has not previously been doing any automated testing, is there a good way to roll it out, or any special information that needs to be communicated to a campus community before doing so?
I think Gavin and I have a little bit of experience with these type of questions, and I'm more new to an institution coming to me and saying a lot of times there's a lot of requirements that they already have in place. And so the big first step is making sure our tools can meet their requirements and figuring out how those two things can marry. Because again, accessibility isn't just WCAG, right? Accessibility is the equity program that the institution has and really should speak to the users that an institution wants to speak to. Yes. So the first real big thing is figuring out ways to cater some of these one-size-fit-all solutions to the institution's goals. Within that, I think having and I was really inspired by some of the work Gavin was doing as we were working, but having real good crawls and kind of understanding of just what's there, because a lot of times an institution will know they have accessibility issues because their main mastheads and different things aren't accessible when people are telling them that. But they don't really realize that thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of other pages are also a big part of the issue. And they might even not know a lot of these pages might not be hosted on-prem. So just getting a picture and doing domain discovery with the institution, and this is a transition to Gavin, because he's done a lot of really good domain discovery, and just getting a picture of what an institution has is really the first step, because I very rarely have met an organization that understands the sheer level of errors that they face. Yeah.
How absurd. Gavin, that's your cue.
I think you definitely need both sides. If the main benefit, I think, from a crawling perspective and not internal into WordPress, is that many institutions will have many technologies. So some of the people we work with have hundreds of CMSs, and it's not even believable the size of these places. So you need to deploy a WordPress type checker, and I agree that it's much better early in the workflow. You also need a checker that's looking everywhere else and finding non-WordPress sites and able to report on those. And I think the return on investment, the investment that's needed for these kind of softwares compared to the return you get is it's an easy win for a university.
So I, in a previous life, worked for a university that had 26 campuses. So they were highly decentralized. How would you make the argument when resources are tight and, well, we have everybody working on it in so many places? How do you make that argument that says, actually, you really need to spend the money because this is important?
The law is an easy way to.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
The other way that I've been making the argument is saying it actually shouldn't cost as much money as you're spending right now. Because a lot of institutions came in and there was a big wave of scare in higher ed, and a lot of contracts were signed very quickly. And the costs around, the hard costs around a lot of this work is not insurmountable. And in fact, one of the big reasons why I'm working with Equalify and why I went hard open source is because I believe an institution should be investing in having accessibility pros, human beings on staff, in departments and around to be able to be really the point people to this.
So you're basically telling me that we can't eliminate the human factor in this yet?
I don't think you can eliminate the human factor. I want to be specific on the kind of human, because you can put a lot of humans in space. An expert or somebody that uses assistive technologies are the greatest humans in these situations. Sometimes the baton is passed and somebody just ends up with it. But I really want to stress over and over again that a lot of the technology that people think is insurmountable, but because of the cost, isn't. The cost isn't really the issue. There's a level of trust that has to be developed in an institution. And so one of the hardest parts that I've had is not trying to get an institution to pay for a service or having a budget for a service. It's having to establish a level of trust to say, it's okay that it's like dramatically cheaper than what another organization has quoted you on. And like being an advocate for accessibility first by saying it is dramatically cheaper because you should actually keep that money in accessibility, but put it toward an expert. And you can still use our tool, that's great. And that scares a lot of people away, especially in procurement offices who don't have to deal with the realities of accessibility.
I think, beyond the scare, right? And even kind of getting at what you're saying is accessibility, there's this mind shift. Accessibility doesn't have to be a cost center. So a lot of times people think of accessibility as it's just something that takes our money.
Yep.
But there are ways that conversation can be shaped to VPs or deans or whoever is the decision maker on the budget that shows that accessibility actually can bring revenue back to the university. So if you're working on the admissions website, what happens if you improve accessibility and it also happens to improve the SEO of that website? Or it makes it easier for more students with disabilities to submit an online application. Now you have a larger prospective student pool that you can pull from, and perhaps you are even showing them that you are more committed than a competitor university, that it was harder for them to apply to. So that might tell them something about what their experience as a student would be. And so they might become a student. So I think there's ways that conversation can be shaped that shows that accessibility can actually improve budgets, not just pull out of budgets.
We had a workshop yesterday, and one of the topics that we actually spoke about was the fact that this is really about storytelling and tying your stakeholders' needs and their goals back to something that you're trying to do, right? So they don't really care about what I'm trying to do, but if what I'm trying to do helps, say, bottom line, bring in more students through the funnel, suddenly that becomes a conversation that they may really want to have.
Well, and also just talking about, many colleges and universities have diversity, equity, and inclusion goals.
Yep.
They have offices that are committed to that. And so talking about how having an accessible web experience, that is part of the way that we achieve our DEI goals.
Absolutely. John, tell me your thoughts in the matter.
I think it really helps to have a practical interpreter. When you start talking about compliance and accessibility, it's intrinsically a source of fear for a lot of people. They don't understand it. It seems big. It seems scary. There's lawsuits. And whereas if you're talking to a particular person, often their role in the pie is very small and achievable. I was talking to a faculty member at a peer institution that's rolling out a big compliance program. She'd just come out of some PDF accessibility training, was confused, terrified, really didn't know what to do. And I sort of chuckled and I was like, look, you make your stuff in Word, right? She's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, so you need to do alt text like this and, heading structure like this. Click this button to put headings on your table. Avoid floating text boxes. And is that guaranteed to be perfect? No, but that's probably good enough to be proactive. And if a student enrolls in your class that's relying on a screen reader, the Office of Disability Services is going to reach out at that point, and have it looked over and remediated. And the amount of work you're going to have left to do at that point is small. And she sort of stared at me for a while and she's like, that's it? I'm like, that's it for what you need to know now. And I think it's important when you're rolling these things out to sort of take that approach and be like, this person's role, please do these content accessibility things. Oh, you're a front-end developer developing this critical site. Okay, you need to go to these classes. You need to know a lot. So a lot of what we're doing as we're rolling things out is just reassuring people. We're about to show you a big scary report. Take a deep breath first. We're going to break this down into like actual actionable things. And, there's some quick wins we're going to go after, and then we're going to set up a program and work over the next 6 months to a year on the rest. And, talking slowly and comfortingly is, I think, a really important part of this that is often skipped. So.
I love this conversation because we are speaking to so many different levels of accessibility, because there are so many components to it, right? And especially when you're in a large organization, there are going to be many content creators, and people aren't going to have the same level of information and the same level of knowledge. And it's really important to ensure that we get that large overall picture, right? But we don't scare away the individuals that, again, are other duties as assigned. Web is not in their title, but they are absolutely, definitely creating and updating content. And we want everybody to feel like accessibility is not a burden. It's just part of it. So I love that we're having that conversation. One of the things that I've been listening to, especially today, is we've really, spoiler alert, I'm changing. One of the things we're talking about is Gutenberg, right? And blocks. What do you think is there, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question correctly. How about this? What do you wish that WordPress/Gutenberg did better?
Oh boy, how long do we get to talk?
You've got a while. I'll tell you when to kick you off. John, you want to go first? I see that. I see you're leaning forward.
Oh, Amber was excited. Let her go first.
Oh, I'm gonna go first. Well, so I think something that isn't talked about enough is that the CMS itself should be accessible, and Gutenberg and full site editing as an extension of Gutenberg has a lot of challenges, particularly for screen reader users.
Agreed.
I think we're just getting to the point in core with accessibility where it was in 2018 before Gutenberg was introduced. WPCampus helped to fund a study on the accessibility, which is amazing that WPCampus did that. But I think that is a problem, and it's interesting. I would question diving into full site editing if I'm a university because of that. I know, I feel the talks about it and I'm like, it's very cool, cutting edge.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great? And unicorns and rainbows. But yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I would like to see more effort put, and I say that as someone who contributes a little bit to the core accessibility team. And there are some great people there. I think it would be great for anyone, if we have hosting companies in the room, or anyone who sponsors contributors to WordPress, to say, I want to sponsor contributors to the accessibility team, because right now there is 1.5 paid contributors on the accessibility team. Everyone else is volunteer. Yes, that's it.
No comment, no comment. I'm just.
Yeah, so,
Take
so
away
that's
the
what I would like to see different. I think more of a focus on it. I'd like Gutenberg to be also more opinionated. Like if I had to give some really specific examples, the video block, if you set it as a background video, you should not be able to hide the controls.
Reach.
If you have an autoplay video, there should not be a setting option to do that. The table block, it should not have headers turned off by default in the table block. Headers should be on. I'm also still waiting for, row scoped headers to come in that core block.
I like you. I want to be your friend.
I would love to see more of that kind of stuff.
Those are great ideas, by the way. Yeah. And I think any CMS should follow that kind of model.
I can be a devil's advocate in the positive.
Oh, I would not expect anything less, Blake.
Yeah. Yes, everything, yes, right? And I have really been impressed with the level of response through GitHub tickets around specifically the Gutenberg plugin and the I think it's called like the outreach program that that WordPress / Automatic are putting together, that have been putting together. And I have, every time I tag something that was something around accessibility, I think I even did a header thing, there was at least an answer pretty soon. And while I might not have agreed with like the perspective or the trajectory or the seriousness of the issue, at least there was somebody that I could kind of speak to and didn't have to go through the hoops of being a core contributor. So I really like that. And if I'm focusing on accessibility and not just like screen reader access, and I'm focusing on actually like the access to the people writing the code that goes into WordPress, I think they've done a really good job in bringing that to the forefront. And I encourage anybody, if they find errors, to first have the Gutenberg plugin running. Second, report them in GitHub. Third, if that's still not doing anything, find Anne in the WordPress Slack channel and tell Anne. And I guarantee you, if you do all those 3 steps, you will have an answer to your problems. And that has, I've been working with WordPress for a decade plus. I've never had that level of like quickness, response, and attention to a user's concern, and from any open source community.
So that's the power of the community for good, right? That's fantastic. Okay, your turn now.
Yeah. Well, so I'm gonna mention. So one of the people in our group, we worked together on a plugin for Drupal called Decorative Image Widget, which I think is an example that kind of goes with having table row headers by default, where the alt text field for an image is required all of a sudden, but you don't always want alt text. Images can be decorative. And so it adds a checkbox that says this image is decorative and should be hidden from screen readers. And you check that and then you can leave it blank. Actually, it disables the field entirely if you check that. And so all of a sudden, people are nervous about alt text, so they tend to leave it blank, or that's out of their workflow. But just by making them have to choose to leave it blank, to affirm that it should be blank, all of a sudden you move the fear from writing the alt text to not writing the alt text. And that's just made a huge difference. And then right at that moment, a workflow thing where you can put in there an explanation of what good alt text should be. So I think just those sorts of changes, and this is not at all unique to WordPress or Gutenberg. This is every CMS I've ever seen has the same problem, where the tools were all built to insert a blank slate and then build up to something accessible, which just assumes so much pre-existing knowledge. And if you instead insert the thing that's fully kitted out to be accessible and make people take away what they don't want, it just becomes self-teaching, and it handles so many mistakes so much better.
I think that is excellent. And, we had a conversation a little bit earlier about the fact that alt text really relies, the power of alt text relies on context and the content that it is paired with. So that's a hard thing to teach. sometimes. People aren't really aware of how to do alt text. So I think that the training really is important in that same sort of 1-2 approach. So excellent. We have one last question, but I didn't want to really throw you for a loop. You have 11 minutes. What role, we've heard a lot about AI. What role does AI and machine learning place in automated accessibility testing today? And how do you see it changing in the future? Go.
Well, I don't think humans should do any work and robots should do everything.
Fantastic.
You're fired.
I really think humans are best served just enjoying their best bliss and being just the most ideal version of themselves. But unfortunately, we have this desire to work. And to stop with the philosophy and get to the actual like reality of where AI is right now, I think that AI is super limited, amazingly limited. And some of the potentials that we hear about AI saving everything is largely told by people who run AI companies and can directly benefit from it. So having tested lots of different AI possibilities around large language models, around image generation, and also having asked this question very recently because I have a talk next week in London about AI plus accessibility. My definitive answer is AI is a really good way to raise money for accessibility. You just put AI before whatever you're doing, and then you take it to Silicon Valley, and then you sell it. And we should have an AI editorially, we should have AI little forest, AI, and that is the absolute best thing you can do with AI. Second best thing is to pair program with AI, using it to make you, kind of make your workflow better. Third best thing is to explore the possibility of using language models to develop context-aware alt text and different types of understanding. To explore, because I don't think this really works right now.
No.
I'm going to do 5 because I'm like really passionate about this and I'm going to take people's time. Just 5.
Okay, fine.
Number 4, this is too big of a topic. I think this is the most important topic that the human race could face right now. So number 4 is I think that that we should explore how to leverage large language models to do WCAG testing. I'm going to release a report probably in the next 2 weeks, if not the next week, where we've tested testing source code against plain text WCAG guidelines and just asking it, is this compliant related to this guideline? And the results are scary.
Meaning
It works really well.
See, I disagree.
Wait, but 5.
5.
And that's a possibility. The 5th one is figuring out ways to uniquely interpret content for people with different cognitive and reading disabilities. I have dyslexia, really bad dyslexia, and ChatGPT has been my friend in translating long text, specifically like Wikipedia entries, and just distilling it. And I could literally prompt it with like, can you just rewrite this for somebody with dyslexia? And it's amazing. I mean, it works really well. It also hallucinates. So those are 5 things. Sorry, Amber.
No, I'm mostly disagreeing on, I have seen it be wildly inaccurate on WCAG or like forget success criteria. Or make them up.
We've had it make them up. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think it's there yet. I definitely agree with you. The alt text I've tried, there's a a new WordPress plugin that was promoted a lot on generating alt text for images, and I wanted it to work. I would have used it on my blog and I would have paid money because I have a very old blog from a long time ago before I knew about alt text. But it just, what it generated wasn't good. What from the future though, like some of the things we've talked about for our tool or ways that it might work is we have code snippet. We know what the problem is. We know what the fix is. Perhaps it could generate corrected code to provide people. I'm on the fence about whether it will always be good. But I think that we've talked about, we have along the lines of what you're saying, readability. So in accessibility checker, we check for reading level with Kincaid. We flag if something is over 9th grade, and we provide the ability for people to add a simplified summary if they're going for that AAA guideline of providing a lower reading level. So currently that's manually input by the user. But perhaps we could use something that takes it, summarize it, spits it back at 6th grade reading level, and then it saves them time. Like that, I think we're maybe closer on that than like generating unique descriptions of images. So.
Okay, I give you that. Either Gavin or John, you have anything to add to the future AI?
I do, but I've talked a lot. Gavin, you want to go?
Yeah, I think mainly the ChatGPT thing is interesting because it's text-based.
Mhm.
So that's great for a lot of accessibility reasons like that.
Sure.
The Lexia example was really good. My team has used it a lot to take non-accessible code and say, make this accessible. Because they know what they're doing, they can also cross-check it in case it does get something wrong. But if you try that, if you take a non-accessible page or a page with several errors, paste the code in and say, make it accessible, it'll add in all sorts of attributes. It'll tell you what it's done. It's really good at that. It also educates your developers more to say, all I did was add these attributes in. So I think it's really positive from that perspective.
What I'm hearing so far is that AI can be very useful in small parts of this, not giving it total carte blanche to do what it needs to do, but that it can be, or hopefully soon will be able to help move things forward. You have, I'm going to give you 6
1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to take a couple.
All right. I think one of the things to be cautious of whenever anyone's selling you anything related to AI, especially like automatic alt text, is to say anyone that actually needs what you're creating in the accessibility world, they need it everywhere and not just on your website. So if this thing wasn't snake oil, it should be integrated into the screen readers themselves universally. And if it isn't, it's probably not actually ready to go yet. Like I would almost like to use automatic image recognition in the negative sense to put a test that says like, if your alt is close to what the computer generated for this image, it's probably a bad alt. Because it's going to say like a person, not like a speaker on a Zoom window, so it's like, so if you get to the point that it actually can understand and provide meaning and visual structure, then it's starting to be like, well, let's actually integrate this into the tools, and then half our field evaporates. So that's one interesting moment that will happen someday, I'm sure. I think there's some real low hanging fruit. I would love to, and it isn't AI. I think where I see a lot of things that are low hanging fruit, they aren't actually AI. They're like image recognition. One of the Adam Chabrick, who writes the Sally plugin, we work very closely together based off the same code base. And one of the things he would love to do is like auto OCR images on the fly. And then check that against like the alt text and the context and be like, is the text in this image represented on this page? So that requires that kind of computer magic for real. We haven't put that together, but that's kind of low hanging fruit for better programmers than us. But yeah, I think there might be an intermediate phase where we get to the point that the AI can pretty reliably understand the visual structure of the page. And then that could compare that to the actual structure. So like I have tests that are looking at the heading outline order and making see if it's nested correctly. We all do. This is a common test. And looking at like whole lines of bold text and putting out a manual check. Like, should this maybe be a heading? Maybe not. I think if you get to the point that there's easy chat GPT type AI sort of APIs where you can have it parse the real visual structure of the page. You can start to have some really good tests where you could just sort of put a button like, do you want to make all these headings in this order? So I don't think that's too far out there. I think a lot of what's out there right now is either well-intentioned but less helpful. Like auto alts in some ways, I think are often doing more harm than good because people think they're fixing the problem and they're so not helpful most of the time. I mean, if it's like suggesting something as a starter, sort of ChatGPT style to help you write your alt, that's very different than marketing as auto alts.
God, I hate stopping this. I really do. This is amazing.
Good to meet you all.
This has been wonderful. Please give us a round of applause for our fabulous panel.
Sorry if I get on the live feed. Thanks again to our panel. I was just thinking at like award shows, instead of like having the playoff music, the host should just be like, all right, buddy, time's up. Sorry. Thanks again, you all so much. Your willingness to share your knowledge to the community. If you have any questions for our esteemed panel, be sure to, I'm sure you're around all weekend, so be sure to talk to them or continue the conversation in our Slack channels, the 2023 attendees Slack channel. Please take a minute to submit constructive session feedback. You're entered for a door prize and also helps the presenters as well. This session was recorded, which is why I'm standing awkwardly behind the panel, and will be posted to the WPCampus Learning Library in the future. As this is our last session of the day, we hope you can join us tonight for game night over in the Barbara Greenbaum house, which is where the dorm is located. And we'll see you back here at 8 a.m. for a light breakfast and start the day with WPCampus President Dash there in the back. We'll be leading this year's community chat. And thanks everybody.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.